Chapter 1408. The Tianqin clan was supreme in Walorant City. Without any exaggeration, the entire city was under the control of the Tianqin clan. Countless people would take pride in being able to enter the Tianqin clan as a servant. Normally, the Tianqin clan was like a slumbering beast, quiet and dignified. However, the entire clan was in jubilation today. Cheers and shouts could even be heard from several kilometers away. This was because the Tianqin clan had received an extremely impressive guest today. When this guest arrived, many of the senior members of the clan had even become weak in fright. Their bodies trembled. Afterwards, they used the power of the entire clan to receive the guest. They were extremely respectful and fearful. To no surprise, the guest was Jianchen. He had obviously come to the Tianqin clan for Qin Shao. All the members of the upper echelon of the Tianqin clan were overwhelmed by Jianchen's personal visit. Although it was not Jianchen's first time visiting the Tianqin clan, his current status was completely different from before. As a result, everyone in the Tianqin clan felt like they were dreaming when they saw him. They were all overjoyed. Qin Zhao's personality had become much more composed when he saw him again. He was even more mature than before, and Qin Shao was already married. As a father, his wife was the princess of the Zhuya kingdom. She had given birth to a child half a year ago. Jianchen could not help but sigh when he saw the child in Qin Zhao's wife's arms. His emotions became rather mixed because he thought of his own child, Shangguan Aojian. Jianchen and Qin Shao conversed in the pavilion in the garden that day. Although they had not seen each other for a few short years, many things had happened during that time. The two of them were like brothers who had reunited after being separated for many years. They had endless things to talk about, and they still did not finish talking even after several hours. Jianchen, when we first met, our strength was on par with each other, but now, you've become the sovereign of the Tianyuan continent. I've even heard rumors that you're Mo Tianyun from ancient times. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Jianchen. I know that you've had a very difficult time in the past. Many enemies have been searching for you. I really want to help you, but I'm useless. I don't even have a 10,000th of your strength, so I can't help you even if I wanted to. Another reason is that each of your enemies is more powerful than the last. My father was worried that I would bring disaster to the family. He even grounded me for a period of time. I couldn't go out even if I wanted to. Qin Zhao's voice was filled with self-blame and guilt. In the past, when he was training with Jianchen in Mercenary City, Jianchen had saved him time and time again, pulling him back from the brink of death more than once. However, when Jianchen was in danger, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was stay in the clan and listen to the news, whether good or bad. Jianchen patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and comforted him. He had never taken Qin Zhao's words to heart. The enemies he had offended back then were either hermit clans or ancient clans. He had even become enemies with the 10 protector clans of the Tianyuan continent. Any one of those clans was in existence that could destroy the Tianqin clan with a flick of their fingers. Qin Zhao's father, the patriarch of the Tianqin clan, had done the right thing. He had not allowed Qin Shao to take part in the matter back then. Otherwise, once his enemies implicated the Tianqin clan, he could not guarantee that the name of the Tianqin clan would still exist in Walorant City. After all, even Flame City had changed owners in the past. It had been occupied by the Extinguishing Alliance for a period of time. If it were not for the fact that the Holy Emperor of Changyang Prefecture had appeared in the end and taken away the most important people, the outcome would have been unthinkable. Jianchen took the half-year-old infant from Qin Zhao's wife. The infant was delicate and chubby. He was extremely cute as he lay quietly in Jianchen's arms. He stared at Jianchen with his large, bright eyes. Jianchen rubbed the infant's chubby face before pulling out a fist-sized bowl of divine water of the world from his space ring and feeding it to the infant, cleansing his body. The effects of the divine water were extremely powerful. Not only could it completely change a person, turning a cripple into a cultivation prodigy, but it was also extremely beneficial to the soul. Qin Zhao's child had been cleansed by Jianshan's divine water of the world when he was still an infant. It was already certain that he would possess extremely great talent once he grew up, becoming a dazzling new star on the Tianyuan continent. After returning the child to Qin Zhao's wife, Jianshan left the Tianqin clan with Qin Zhao. Soon after Jianshan's departure, the news of the greatest expert of the Tianyuan continent arriving in the Tianqin clan spread across the entire Zhuya kingdom. It even spread further with an unstoppable force, shocking countless people and causing them to pay close attention. Jianshan's personal visit to the Tianqin clan had unknowingly raised the status of the clan. Even the imperial family of the Zhuya kingdom began to fawn over the Tianqin clan. Several days later, rainbow clouds suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. It made many saint rulers envious. However, rainbow and even 9-colored clouds had appeared far too frequently on the Tianyuan continent recently, so many people had become accustomed to it. As a result, their curiosity was not as great as before. Very few people went to check just who had become a saint king. Deep in the mountains several tens of thousand kilometers away, Qin Zhao stood on the peak of a mountain as a tremendous presence permeated his surroundings. He was rather stunned, but there was also uncontainable excitement. He really struggled to believe that Jianshan had actually allowed him to become a holy emperor in just a few short days, allowing him to stand at the apex of the Tianyuan continent. At the same time, Qin Zhao understood even more just what becoming a holy emperor meant to the Tianqin clan. Although the Tianqin clan was already the strongest of the 5 peak clans in the Zhuya kingdom, the most powerful force they possessed was only 5 heaven saint masters. They did not even have a saint ruler. Yet now, the Tianqin clan directly possessed a holy emperor. After Qin Zhao successfully became a saint king, Jianshan did not return to the Tianqin clan. He exchanged some pleasantries with Qin Zhao deep in the mountains before directly leaving. His next stop was the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the Tianyuan continent. Jianshan had always felt gratitude toward the Qin Empire. If it were not for the fact that he had become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire and led his most elite troops through a space gate to save the kingdom of Jessan, the kingdom of Jessan probably would have been destroyed by the 4 kingdoms long ago. Even Lore City and Changyang Prefecture might not have existed. Although the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire had made an exception and allowed Jianshan to become the 5th imperial protector because they had seen his potential and wanted to rope him in, the assistance that the Qin Empire had provided to Jianshan was unforgettable. Although he had allowed all 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire to become holy emperors, which was basically repaying the kindness, Jianshan still had another important person in the Qin Empire, which was the 3rd prince, Qin Ji. Chapter 1409. Jianshan's arrival naturally shook the palace of the Qin Empire. The 4 imperial protector, who had just returned from the kingdom of Jessan, and the king of the Qin Empire led a large number of nobles and ministers to welcome him. The etiquette was extremely grand. Except for the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire, everyone else appeared to be in awe. Jianshan, the king of the Qin Empire, and the 4 imperial protector exchanged some pleasantries. Then he directly asked, "Your Majesty, is the 3rd Prince Qin Ji in the palace?" Even though he was facing a junior who was about the same age as his son, the king of the Qin Empire showed a respectful attitude. He said, "Imperial protector, my 3rd son is currently out hunting. I'll send someone to call him back." "Your Majesty, there's no need to be so restrained. We've known each other for quite some time. Back then, Jianshan had troubled Your Majesty more than once. If it weren't for Your Majesty's help, Jianshan wouldn't have been able to bring the 500,000 soldiers of the Qin Empire's Eastern Sword Legion to the kingdom of Jessan so smoothly. Speaking of which, Your Majesty has also done me a favor. Jianchen has never forgotten it. Jianchen smiled faintly. Hearing this, the king of the Qin Empire finally relaxed. He knew that his previous worries were unnecessary. Although Jianchen's status was very different from before, his personality hadn't changed. He wasn't like other experts who had their own arrogance and regarded their dignity as more important than anything else. The king of the Qin Empire smiled happily. He no longer restrained himself and chatted with Jianchen like he was a good friend. Within the Qin Huang Kingdom's royal palace, there were 5 Qin heavenly palaces. They were the most sacred places within the Qin Huang Kingdom because they were prepared for the 5 esteemed imperial protectors. At the same time, it was also a place for them to enjoy their beauty. Jianchen immediately entered the Qin heavenly palace, waiting for the 3rd prince Qin Ji's return. When he was in the kingdom of Jessen helping the 4 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire improve their strength, he could have asked the 4 imperial protectors to bring Qin Ji along as well. However, he didn't do so because Qin Ji was one of his best friends. He planned to personally come to the kingdom of Jessen to meet the 3rd prince, Qin Ji. There were also a few imperial advisors who had helped him in the past, as well as the 3 commanders of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion, Qin Wuming and his son. That afternoon, Qin Ji received news of Jianchen's arrival. He hurried back in a hurry. When he saw Jianchen, Qin Ji sighed emotionally. No one could have imagined that the brother he had fought alongside in the training space of Mercenary City would have already surpassed him, standing at the apex of the Tian Yuan continent. After so many years, Qin Ji had not changed much. Other than becoming more mature and steady, he possessed a dignified presence that had been nurtured from being in a high position for a long time. However, he was the same as Qin Shao now. As a father, he had married the beloved daughter of a peak clan in the Qin Empire, and his child was already 3 years old. Afterward, Shao Tian, Tian Luo, Qing Shaofan, Dong Yijunbai, and Chao Kaqin, the 5 imperial protectors who had gone to the kingdom of Jessen with Jianchen, all came to the Qin heavenly palace to greet Jianchen. The commanders of the Eastern Swords Legion, Qin Wuming, Qin Wujian, and Qin Wutian, had also received Jianchen's invitation. They all gathered in the Qin heavenly palace. Jianchen held a grand banquet in the Qin heavenly palace. He entertained everyone with fine wine and drank to their heart's content. They talked about everything that had happened in the past, not putting on any airs as the greatest human expert at all. After spending some time with Jianchen, the other people at the table all understood Jianchen's temperament. They went from being restrained in the beginning to gradually becoming bold. Imperial Protector, Qing Shaofan, knew that you would definitely become an influential figure on the Tian Yuan continent in the future. In the end, it hasn't even been that long, and the Imperial Protector has already become the greatest person on the Tian Yuan continent. I really admire you. I really yearn for you. The Imperial Protector's talent is supreme. He is an unprecedented prodigy. On the Tian Yuan continent, he is known as the reincarnation of Mo Tianyun. Although we know that the Imperial Protector is not the reincarnation of Mo Tianyun, we believe that the Imperial Protector will surpass Mo Tianyun sooner or later and become the greatest sovereign in history. When they were drunk, they talked about everything at the table. Qing Shaofan and the others had completely forgotten that they were in the Qin Heavenly Palace, the most sacred and dignified place in the Qin Kingdom. In the past, even imperial protectors like them would struggle to enter the Qin Heavenly Palace. Unknowingly, the sun had set in the west and night had enveloped the land, causing the world to sink into darkness. Jian Chun brought these people out of the Qin Huang Kingdom in the middle of the night to find a quiet place to increase their strength. Several days later, everyone, including Qin Ji, had broken through to Saint King. They were all wild with joy. Before leaving, Jianchen gave Qin Ji some divine water of the world as a small gift to his son. This is unbelievable. Jianshan, the Imperial Protector, has actually helped all of us break through to the Holy Emperor realm in just a few days. Jianshan, the Imperial Protector, really is an extraordinary person. We only have a superior and subordinate relationship with the Imperial Protector, but the Imperial Protector has never forgotten what we've done for him. He's even generously taken out such precious heavenly resources for us to enjoy. After Jianshan left, Qin Shaofan, the Imperial Protectors, and Qin Wuming and his sons all sighed emotionally. They stood where they were and silently stared in the direction that Jianshan had disappeared in. They were unwilling to leave for a long time. After concluding his trip to the Qin Empire, Jianshan flew towards the vast ocean as a streak of light on the Ziying sword. He reunited with Qin Shao and Qin Ji. They had all become fathers, which touched Jianshan's heart. He thought of Shangguan Aojian on Three Saint Island overseas. It had already been several years since he last saw Shangguan Aojian. He could not be described as a good father, nor did he know if Shangguan Aojian was doing well. At this moment Jianshan's face changed. He immediately stopped the Ziying sword and a golden light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a small, golden tower. With a flash of golden light, the golden-robed, golden-haired newbies appeared in the air. He remained seated with his eyes closed. He shone with golden light as terrifying pulses of energy radiated from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Newbies is actually about to break through. Jianshan rejoiced. The fourth Class 9 magical beast was about to appear on the Tian Yuan continent. Chapter 1410. Space trembled violently as terrifying pulses of energy turned into visible ripples. They expanded in all directions with newbies at the center, shattering space and causing it to constantly shift between gold and darkness. Moreover, there was a terrifying and vast pressure that filled every corner of the void. Under this pressure, the void was compressed, as if it had become even more solid. In the sky, the golden snake condensed from Nubi's essence moved through the clouds, absorbing the energy of the 8 wastelands. It caused the energy of the entire sea realm to become violent, gathering towards him from all directions. The little snake formed from the origin essence was like an invincible entity, continuously devouring the heaven-earth Yuan Qi. At the same time, it became even more dazzling, illuminating all directions of the universe. Jianshan watched newbies break through from afar. Newbies' breakthrough to Holy Emperor had caused a disturbance far greater than any other expert. He understood that newbies' breakthrough this time would be a metamorphosis of great significance to him. This was because newbies was a beast of antiquity. He possessed a path of evolution that humans did not possess. If he devoured the essence of golden-striped silver snakes, his essence would become even stronger and purer. It might even undergo unknown changes in the future. Newbies had consumed all the heavenly resources from the Xianhuang microcosm to become a saint emperor this time. Let alone the fact that these heavenly resources were extraordinarily precious and rare, just the Xianhuang Qi within them possessed countless wondrous uses. Although the Xianhuang Qi could not be absorbed by humans, the heavenly resources had become even more powerful and higher in quality after being permeated by the Xianhuang Qi. Newbies had clearly benefited greatly from consuming the heavenly resources, causing his essence to undergo a metamorphosis. After absorbing a large amount of energy of the world, the shimmering essence finally filled itself up. Afterwards, it shot off into the sky as a streak of golden light, disappearing into Newbies' head with lightning-like speed. With his mind origin returned to his body, Newbies' vital energies immediately underwent an overwhelming change. He was filled with dignity as he radiated with a tremendous pressure. Compared to before, he now possessed the faint presence of a ruler. Newbies' breakthrough caused a great disturbance, but the process was much faster than a human's breakthrough. He completed his breakthrough in a very short amount of time. Newbies' golden light gradually receded. The golden light that illuminated the entire sky faded as well. A 9-colored cloud that symbolized him becoming a holy emperor filled the sky. Jianchen arrived before Nubes and said, "Nubes, congratulations on becoming a holy emperor. You have become the 4th class 9 magical beast." Nubes was unable to hide his excitement. He could not help but laugh aloud at the sky as he sensed the seemingly endless energy within him. He said, "I never thought that I, the great Nubes, would be able to become a Class 9 magical beast one day. It has already been 100,000 years since a Class 9 magical beast appeared among us golden-striped silver snakes, and I, the great Nubes, am the only Class 9 magical beast in the past 100,000 years." Nubes cheered uncontrollably. When he was still a saint ruler, his greatest dream was to become a Class 8 magical beast. He had never even considered becoming a Class 9 magical beast because this was no longer the ancient times. Class 9 magical beasts were extremely difficult to produce, so becoming a Class 8 magical beast was the goal that Nubes had worked his entire life for. Now, not only had he become a holy emperor in an extremely short amount of time with Jianchen's help, but he had also reached the Holy Emperor realm at an unbelievable speed after remaining at the Holy Emperor realm for a very short period of time. He felt like he was dreaming. "Jianchen, following you back then was the wisest decision that I, the great Nubes, have ever made in my life. I believe that if I, the great Nubes, continue following you, I will definitely surpass my seniors before long and break through Class 9 to Class 10. Nubes laughed aloud. He was overjoyed. Jianchen smiled. "Nubes, don't worry. I believe that before long, your dream will come true and you'll reach an even higher level of cultivation." Ah! Nubes laughed heartily as a strange light flickered through his eyes. This was because he had thought of the Beast God continent. There were also golden-striped silver snakes on the Beast God continent. Golden-striped silver snakes were beasts of antiquity, but they were also a powerful race. They were an extremely cruel race. They did not have a lot of people and were extremely few in number. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. However, once members of the same race encountered each other, it would be unavoidable for them to kill each other. They would devour each other's essence so that they could evolve. Nubes was currently thinking the same thing. "Jianchen, I, the great Nubes, need to pay a visit to the Beast God continent first. I'll be back very soon." Nubes was rather eager. He did not have enough strength back then, which was why the Beast God continent had always been a forbidden area for him. According to his understanding, the old snake on the Beast God continent had become a Class 8 magical beast many years ago. He was not his opponent back then when he was only a saint ruler, so he had always hidden himself in the outskirts of the Cross Mountains on the Tian-Yuan continent to cultivate. He rarely came out to avoid the old snake learning about him. However, now that he had become the Holy Emperor, the old snake was no longer a threat to him. Once he devoured the old snake's essence, his essence would definitely become even more powerful. "I need to go to 3 Saint Island. Once you return from the Beast God continent, come find me there," said Jianchen. 3 Saint Island. A strange light immediately flickered through Nubes' eyes. He agreed happily. "All right, once I deal with the old snake on the Beast God continent, I'll immediately come find you there." "Humph, back then, that stupid island master of 3 Saint Island managed to scare me away every time I saw her because she was skilled in soul attacks. However, now that I, the great Nubes, have become a Saint Emperor, my soul has been strengthened. That stupid island master's way of the zither can no longer harm me. It's time for me to intimidate her and regain my dignity." A strange expression immediately appeared on Jianchen's face when he heard that. He chuckled aloud. "I just happen to be staying on 3 Saint Island for a few days. I'll wait for you there." Chapter 14:11. Early in the morning, the boundless blue sea was calm and tranquil. The tranquil surface of the sea looked like a neatly laid out blue carpet that bordered the ends of the world. A huge red sun radiating golden light began to slowly rise from the horizon, sprinkling down a layer of warm golden sunlight, dyeing the blue sea golden. It was as if the sun was emitting a resplendent golden light, dazzling and dazzling. A small island stood alone in the boundless ocean far away from the Tian-Yuan continent. A few simple fishermen boarded fishing boats made of iron and wood on the harbor of the island, entering and exiting the boats. They were preparing for a day's trip to the ocean. Near the island was a huge stone stele that was 300 meters tall. The stone stele seemed to have been formed naturally, as if it was a single entity. It had not been pieced together. 3 large words were written on the stone stele in a flamboyant style: Three Saint Island. The island was the Three Saint Island where the heavenly enchantress resided. There was a small city on the island, and all the fishermen there lived there. They relied on fishing for a living and also cultivated. However, their overall strength was not great. Aside from the 3 saints of Three Saint Mountain, there was not a single saint ruler. The 3 saints who resided on the mountain possessed extremely great statuses on the island. They were like gods in the eyes of the fishermen, sacred and inviolable. There would often be people who worshipped them devoutly at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a figure silently appeared outside the island. He seemed to have fused with the surroundings, making it difficult to discover his existence. A few people with shallow strength would treat him like air even if they glanced past him. The person was quite young. He wore white robes and seemed to be in his 20s. He was handsome and possessed an extraordinary bearing. His face was filled with the resolve and coldness of someone who had weathered many hardships. However, the most eye-catching thing about him were the 2 swords on his back, one violet and one azure. They shone with a faint glow. The 2 swords were not sheathed, nor were they bound by any ropes. They seemed like they were glued to the young man's back, preventing them from falling off. To no surprise, the person was Jianchen. Jianchen hovered in the air as he glanced around. His gaze paused on the huge stone tablet for a while. When he had first come here, the island also had a stone tablet, but it was much larger now. Clearly, it had been replaced. In the blink of an eye, I've already been separated from Xiao Bao for several years. I wonder how Xiao Bao's cultivation of the chaotic body is going, Jianchen thought. His yearning for his son became even more intense after arriving on Three Saint Island. Afterwards, he concealed his presence as he flew towards Three Saint Mountain in the distance. He did not use the senses of his soul. Right now, he was filled with excitement. He wanted to see Xiao Bao for the first time with his own eyes. A 10-meter-tall rock stood silently on the edge of a cliff on the Three Saints Mountain. A boy who seemed to be in his teens sat on the rock with his eyes closed as he breathed in the essence of the world. Below the rock before the boy was a precipitous cliff that was several thousand meters deep. However, the boy was extraordinarily courageous. He was not an ordinary person. He was young, but he sat there as steadily as a mountain, showing no fear at all. At his mouth and nose, there were visible white streams of air that followed his breathing. Around his body, there was an extremely pure energy of the universe that gathered, entering and exiting from his pores with the rhythm of his breathing. Every breath of the boy would cause the energy of the world in a certain range to resonate with him. All the pores on his body opened up, accepting the baptism of the energy of the world. All the impurities in his body were purged, leaving behind only the innate essence. Behind the little boy stood a woman in a long purple dress. She held a guqin in her arms, and her beauty surpassed that of a fairy. Her body exuded an otherworldly aura, and she looked like an otherworldly fairy. She was the heavenly enchantress, but her current strength had far surpassed Saint Ruler. Her gaze toward the boy was filled with gentleness and love. In reality, unless she was not on Three Saint Island, she would stand nearby silently whenever the boy cultivated. She would stare at the boy without blinking, as if she was afraid that he would encounter danger. At this moment, the heavenly enchantress' face changed. She suddenly looked out of Three Saint Island, and the gentleness in her eyes vanished in the blink of an eye. She became cold, like a mountain of ice, unapproachable. At the same time, the boy on the rock suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, two bright lights flickered through his eyes. He gazed into the distance in joy and cried out, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy's back!" The little boy was very excited. He flipped over and stood up from the bluestone. Standing on the bluestone, he pointed his finger into the distance and jumped up and down while shouting. His little face had already turned red from excessive excitement. Jianchen slowly flew over from afar. He did not move quickly, and he approached the mountain with a smile. "Daddy, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much. I've been thinking about you every day." As soon as Jianchen's feet landed on the ground, Xiaobao leapt off the 10-meter-tall rock. His small body possessed extraordinary agility, allowing him to glide several dozen meters before landing on the ground. He hugged Jianchen's waist intimately. Xiaobao had grown quite a lot taller now. Despite his young age, he was 4.5 feet tall, reaching Jianchen's waist. Jianchen hugged Xiaobao. He was so emotional that he was speechless. He also had a gentle side to him despite his cold-blooded nature. "What have you come for?" The heavenly enchantress stared at Jianchen and said rudely. She did not seem to welcome Jianchen from how she acted. Jianchen looked at the heavenly enchantress and smiled warmly. He said, "Xiaobao is my child. As his father, I obviously have the right to visit him." After a pause, Jianchen continued, "I know that I owe Xiaobao a lot in the past few years. I haven't fulfilled my duties as a father. I'm not a good father, but I will do my best to make up for it. Xiaobao is my second life." "Master, have guests come to Three Saint Island? Which island master or sect master has come to visit? There sure are a lot of people who have come to visit Master these days." Chapter 14:12. "Ah. Jianchen, young master, is here as well." The three of them discovered Jianchen with a single glance. They immediately became surprised, but their gazes toward Jianchen became mixed. Even calling him by his name seemed rather stiff. Ever since Jianchen had come to Three Saint Island last time, his relationship with Xiaobao had been exposed. Xiao Qian, Xiao Yu, and Qin Qin had learned that he was actually their master's son. The three of them were extremely shocked and filled with disbelief. Now they had no idea how to refer to Jianchen. Should they call Jianchen young master, like before, and treat him as a regular guest, or should they call him master? However, the three of them had no idea that Jianchen was no longer the Jianchen they once knew. Although he had not changed, his strength had undergone an overwhelming change. He had become the greatest human expert and had been treated as the second Mo Tianyun, or even the reincarnation of Mo Tianyun. After so many years, Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu have become even better. Jianchen greeted Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu with a smile before looking at the young lady of the Tianqin clan, Qin Qin. He said, "Miss Qin Qin, it's been almost 10 years since you left home. 10 years is quite a long time for your family. They all miss you very much, so you should go back and visit them when you have the time." Jianchen had said this for Qin Xiao. When he had spoken to Qin Xiao in the Tianqin clan, he had learned that Qin Xiao had missed his sister for many years. Unfortunately, he was too weak to travel far, so all he could do was keep it to himself. Even though Qin Xiao had become a Saint King and possessed the ability to rip open space gates, allowing him to travel to any part of the continent, Jianchen had forgotten to tell him the location of Three Saint Island. If he did not know the exact location, even a holy emperor would struggle to find a small island in the vast ocean. This was because the ocean was divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. It was far larger than the Tian-Yuan continent. Qin Qin's gaze had become extremely mixed the moment she saw Jianchen. Her heart was in a mess. Only when she heard Jianchen mention her family did she finally calm down slightly. She said with some longing and sorrow, "Young Master Jianchen, how are my father and the others?" They're all very well. The Tianqin clan is like the midday sun now. They've become the leader of the 5 peak clans of the Jia kingdom a long time ago, an existence second only to the imperial family. Now, the Tianqin clan's name has probably spread across a good portion of the continent. They're one of the peak clans. Jianchen explained the current situation of the Tianqin clan and told her everything he knew, including the fact that Qin Shao had become a father. However, he did not mention that Qin Shao had become a holy emperor. Although Qin missed her family, she was clearly rather absent-minded right now. She did not pay attention to what Jianchen had said about the Tianqin clan's reputation spreading across half of the continent. After learning that her family was fine, she fell silent. She glanced at Jianchen and Xiao Bao in a daze, remaining silent for quite some time. The heavenly enchantress glanced at Qin before saying to Jianchen, "You've seen Xiao Bao as well. You should leave." The heavenly enchantress' voice was cold, directly telling Jianchen to leave. She did not welcome Jianchen. Jianchen coughed dryly. Just when he was about to say something, Xiao Bao hugged Jianchen tightly. He said, No, I don't want Daddy to go. Daddy can't go. Mummy, you can't let Daddy go." "Xiao Bao, listen to me," the heavenly enchantress called out. She was stern, but her gaze toward Xiao Bao still contained a sliver of undisguised love. No, I don't want to. I want Daddy. I want Daddy to stay with me. Daddy hasn't come to see me in such a long time. I miss Daddy. I want Daddy to stay here with me and Mummy." Xiao Bao, who usually obeyed the heavenly enchantress, actually disobeyed her without any hesitation at that moment. It was as if his father, who he had not seen for many years, was more important than his mother, who stayed by his side every day and cared for him. The heavenly enchantress' chest heaved slightly. Clearly, she was angry. At the same time, she felt powerless. Ever since Xiao Bao was born, he had only seen Jianchen 3 times including today. They did not spend a lot of time together, but his father seemed to occupy an extremely important position in Xiao Bao's heart. His feelings for Jianchen did not fade away just because he had not seen Jianchen for many years. "You can leave first." The heavenly enchantress waved her hand and said to the 3 of them. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu looked at each other before withdrawing with Qin. They vanished from Jianchen's sight. After they left, Jianchen carefully studied Xiao Bao. He focused on Xiao Bao's strength and discovered that Xiao Bao's body was extremely tough even though he had not reached the first layer of the chaotic body. He had established a firm foundation for his cultivation of chaotic force. "This time, I'll be staying on 3 Saint Island for a few days to guide Xiao Bao's cultivation. Xiao Bao possesses the innate chaotic body, so he cultivates chaotic force. He walks an unusual path. You don't understand this path, but I just happened to walk the same path," Jianchen said. This time, the heavenly enchantress said nothing. She stared at Xiao Bao without blinking at all. After a moment of hesitation, she drifted away, disappearing to the other side of the mountain. "Oh, fantastic! Daddy, you can finally stay with me." Xiao Bao immediately cheered when he heard Jianchen say that he would be staying for a while. Afterwards, Jianchen casually carved out a cave on the mountain as a place for the 2 of them to stay. The cave was not large, but it was very spacious. Jianchen had filled the gloomy cave with a large number of luminous pearls. Every single one of them shone with a gentle light, illuminating the cave like it was daytime. Xiao Bao sat in the cave, cultivating under Jianchen's guidance. The 2 swords on Jianchen's back also shone with a faint glow. The light condensed into a young man and woman who hovered in the air. They paid close attention to Xiao Bao as he cultivated. Besides Xiao Bao, there were also quite a number of peels and some useless roots that had fallen off from the heavenly treasures. Although Xiao Bao possessed the innate chaotic body, which was rare in the world and possessed endless potential and a glorious future, there was a painful price to pay for it. Cultivating the chaotic body required tremendous amounts of energy, far more than anyone could imagine. It was the same for both the acquired chaotic body and the innate chaotic body. This was because chaotic force was just too powerful. If a strand of true chaotic force was converted into the energy of the world on the Tianyuan continent, it would probably not be an exaggeration to describe it as an ocean. As a result, the energy of the world needed to condense the chaotic body from a low-level energy like the energy of the world would be far more. The chaotic force that Xiao Bao cultivated with his innate chaotic body was not true chaotic force either. True chaotic force could split into yin and yang and create a complete world. It could destroy the universe, throw laws into chaos, and obliterate the entire world. It was powerful and terrifying. Chaotic force like that was true chaotic force. According to the sword spirits, no one had ever succeeded in cultivating it. Even though Xiao Bao possessed the innate chaotic body, the chaotic force he cultivated had been greatly weakened. It gradually strengthened and transformed. Chapter 14:13. Although that was the case, the innate chaotic body still had an extremely huge advantage over the normal chaotic body. Firstly, the innate chaotic body matured much faster than the normal chaotic body. Secondly, the chaotic force used by the innate chaotic body was much purer and more powerful than the heavenly chaotic body. As a result, the innate chaotic body could firmly suppress the normal chaotic body at the same level of cultivation. Thirdly, and most importantly, the future accomplishments of innate chaotic force could not be matched by the normal chaotic body. What cultivators of the normal chaotic body could never reach was not unreachable to the innate chaotic body. The difference between the innate chaotic body and the normal chaotic body was that the innate chaotic body was born from the world and was perfect, while the innate chaotic body was forged by external forces. It was rough and flawed, so its growth was limited. It would be very difficult for it to reach extremely high levels of cultivation in the future. Jianxin sat before Xiao Bao as he stared at him. Xiao Bao was currently consuming heavenly resources to refine the chaotic body. Although he had been using the heavenly resources and monster cores that Jianxin had left behind in the past to refine his body had never reached perfection. After all the energy had been refined into chaotic force by Xiao Bao, the chaotic force had fused with his organs and flesh, strengthening his body at basically every moment. After absorbing the chaotic force, Xiao Bao's organs and body began to glow with a hazy light. His body was like a treasure, abnormally tough and difficult to injure with weapons. The cultivation process of the innate chaotic body was slightly different from Jianxin's normal chaotic body, but there was one thing that was the same. The first step was to refine the body. Several hours later, Xiao Bao roused from his cultivation once again. He beamed with joy and said, "Father, I feel like I've almost finished refining my body. I've almost reached saturation. Continue cultivating. You may possess the innate chaotic body, but you still haven't gained a basic grasp of it. Only by refining your body and cultivating chaotic force can you truly gain a basic grasp of it. The sword spirits just happen to be here today, so we can deal with any problems you come across in your cultivation," Jianxin said. Jianxin said. Although he loved Xiao Bao dearly, he was extremely strict with Xiao Bao when it came to cultivation. Jianxin had already understood the importance of strength from all the battles he had experienced on the Tianyuan continent over the years. Without great strength, it would be very difficult to survive in the outside world. It was impossible for him to always be by Xiao Bao's side. In the future, the father and son would be separated sooner or later. When that time came, Xiao Bao would have to rely on his own ability to resolve and resist all the dangers that he faced. Indulging Xiao Bao now was equivalent to personally cutting off his future glory. Xiao Bao nodded. Once again, he retrieved over a dozen heavenly and earthly treasures, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of years old, from his interspatial ring. After consuming a few of them, he began cultivating once more. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bao had already cultivated for several days. During those days, he had consumed a large number of heavenly resources and high-class monster cores. Only a small portion of the cultivation resources Jianshan had left him remained. On this day, Xiao Bao's chaotic body finally reached perfection. The condensed chaotic force no longer strengthened his body. Instead, it slowly flowed through his body like a stream. It never stopped, as if it had become a second type of blood in Xiao Bao's body. With the body as the cauldron and the soul as the fire, I gather the energy of the world to construct the cauldron. Once the cauldron is complete, I refine the medicine. The medicine is stored in the cauldron, nourishing the cauldron. I use the cauldron to nurture the medicine, and the medicine will fuel the fire. Father, have I already begun cultivating the chaotic body? Xiao Bao opened his eyes as soon as he finished absorbing the medicine. He was overjoyed. Continue. Don't stop. Use the medicine to fuel the fire. This is an important beginning. Jianshan said nothing. Ziying sternly sent a message to Xiao Bao. His eyes were filled with excitement because he would personally witness a person with the innate chaotic body formally begin cultivating today. Moreover, it would be under his guidance. Xiao Bao immediately dismissed his thoughts with that. This time, he devoured all the remaining heavenly resources in a single stroke. He held a Class 8 monster core in each of his hands. After consuming so many heavenly resources in one go, Xiao Bao's body immediately bulged when the tremendous energy leaked out. His body became several sizes larger. If it were anyone else, they probably would have exploded long ago. However, Xiao Bao's chaotic body was extremely powerful, equivalent to the first layer of Jianshan's chaotic body. Just his body alone was enough to withstand a direct attack from a saint ruler below the third heavenly layer. Although the energy from the heavenly resources was powerful, it was not enough to break through Xiao Bao's body. Xiao Bao began to refine the effects of the heavenly resources as hard as he could, allowing his bulging body to slowly return to normal. Xiao Bao used 2 whole days to refine the heavenly resources this time. 2 days later, the chaotic force within him went from a tiny trickle to a river, circulating through his entire body in a cycle. It did not gather in his dantian. His dantian was still empty even now. At the same time, with every cycle of the chaotic force, a faint strand of gas would drift out and fuse with his soul, allowing his soul to undergo a qualitative leap. Using the cauldron to nurture the medicine would fuel the fire. The medicine was chaotic force, while the fire was a person's soul and soul. As chaotic force circulated through the body, it would nourish the soul and strengthen it. As he cultivated chaotic force, he would also cultivate the chaotic body and soul. Cultivating the 3 at the same time would allow him to maintain a balance. This was something only those with the innate chaotic body could achieve. Even Jianshan only cultivated 2 at the same time. Xiao Bao had not condensed a soul before, so he was still a soul. However, now that he was nourished by the chaotic force, his soul rapidly strengthened at an unbelievable rate, gradually transforming into a soul. A soul was the symbol of a saint ruler on the Tian Yuan continent. Only those who had reached saint ruler could form a soul. As long as the soul existed, they would never die. Chapter 14:14. Xiao Bao's soul is different from ours, but I can feel that Xiao Bao's soul is much more powerful than an ordinary person's. Even I am inferior to him, Jianshan thought. He thought that this was probably the difference between the innate chaotic body and the normal chaotic body. Although the normal chaotic body also cultivated chaotic force, it could not be compared to the innate chaotic body in many aspects. The only advantage was that there were many normal chaotic bodies. In the immortals' world, the normal chaotic body had never ceased to exist. This was because the normal chaotic body only required the chaotic body to undergo a single metamorphosis. The innate chaotic body, on the other hand, was extremely rare. Although forming the normal chaotic body seemed very easy, there were not a lot of people who could take that step. Many geniuses had died on the path of metamorphosis because not everyone could successfully use chaotic force to change their bodies. Jianchen had learnt all of this from the sword spirit in Ziying. Cui divine flame. Father, Xiao Bao has done it. Has Xiao Bao reached the threshold now? Xiao Bao roused from his cultivation. Immediately 2 streaks of light shot out from his eyes. He was filled with excitement. Xiao Bao's excitement made Xiao Bao smile. Jianchen finally smiled. He felt gratified. Xiao Bao had truly reached the threshold of cultivating the chaotic body. Xiao Bao's strength was equivalent to when he was at the first layer of the chaotic body. He could fight saint rulers. At the same time, he had condensed his soul. Only saint rulers possessed a soul. Even though Xiao Bao walked an unusual path and did not comprehend the mysteries of the world, his true battle prowess was even slightly greater than Jianchen when he had just reached the first layer of the chaotic body. This was because he possessed the innate chaotic body. Xiao Bao was not even 10 yet. If news of him possessing the battle prowess of a saint ruler at such a young age made it public, it would definitely shake up the entire world. This was because many people at his age had only just come into contact with cultivation. They were currently working hard to condense a saint weapon and become a saint. The heavenly enchantress walked in from outside. She did not even look at Jianchen, placing all of her attention on Xiao Bao. When she sensed that Xiao Bao's presence had clearly become countless times stronger, a sliver of joy appeared in her eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jianchen knew that the heavenly enchantress had always been secretly observing Xiao Bao as if she was worried. Although she rarely showed her love for him, it came from the bottom of her heart. Afterward, Jianchen pulled out a large number of immortal-tier heavenly resources he had obtained from the Xianhuang microcosm and the energy crystals from Class 8 and 9 Xianhuang beasts. He gave them all to Xiao Bao so that he could continue cultivating. Jianchen was dissatisfied that Xiao Bao was only a saint ruler. No one knew when the world of forsaken saints would attack again, but one thing was certain. The next time the world of forsaken saints invaded, it would definitely be much more terrifying than the last time. The flames of war might even spread across the entire world. Even the Holy Emperor would not necessarily be able to protect himself. As a result, Jianchen did everything he could to increase Xiao Bao's strength during this period of time, so that he could become even stronger. Afterward, Jianchen took out the divine water of the world, 5th grade violet cloud peaches, and comprehension tea leaves for the heavenly enchantress. He also explained their effects. Although the heavenly enchantress walked a different path, and did not need to comprehend the mysteries of the world on the Tianyuan continent, the way of the zither was also a type of law. It was one of the 3,000 ways, so these things would obviously be of great use to her. The heavenly enchantress hesitated when she saw Jianchen's gift. She did not accept them immediately. If Jianchen had given them to Xiao Bao and wanted her to temporarily keep them, she obviously would not have hesitated at all. She believed that it was only natural for Jianchen to give something to Xiao Bao, but it was completely different if it was for her. When the world of forsaken saints invaded last time, the tunnel was unstable, so no Origin Realm experts came. Only a clone of the Spirit King came. However, when they invade the Tianyuan continent next time, the tunnel will be extremely stable. There will definitely be Origin Realm experts. If you don't have enough strength, how will you protect Xiao Bao? Do you want to just watch Xiao Bao die before you? Jianchen said. The heavenly enchantress became conflicted when she heard about the flowers, but she still silently accepted them in the end. She accepted the gifts from Jianchen because she understood extremely well just how powerful the world of forsaken saints was. She also understood that the next invasion would definitely be a chaotic one. The entire world would become a battlefield and no place would be safe. If she wanted to protect herself, she needed to be powerful enough. The Beast God continent was a continent that was no smaller than the Tianyuan continent. 90% of the continent was covered in dense forests. Large, primitive mountain ranges covered the entire continent. There were very few plains. The beast god continent was extremely suitable for magical beasts to live in. To all magical beasts, it was like heaven because not only were there many more primitive mountain ranges than on the Tianyuan continent, even the energy of the world was much denser. If they cultivated there, their rate of progress would be incomparable on the Tianyuan continent. There were also cities and tribes on the beast god continent. They represented the rulers of a region. Class 7 magical beasts in human form could be seen flying through the sky from time to time. At this moment, there was a young man in golden clothes lying lazily on the branch of an enormous tree in a primitive mountain range. His gaze was absent-minded as he gazed at the distant sky with a worried expression. Sigh, the beast god continent is just far too large. Even though I've become the Holy Emperor, it's still not easy to find a single person here. I've already been here for several days, yet I still haven't found any news about that old snake. Where is he hiding? The young man murmured. To no surprise, he was Newbies, who had just become a Class 9 magical beast. Is there only the old snake that the Grand Elder of Mercenary City killed on the Beast God continent? There's no other one? Newbies frowned in thought before shaking his head. That's impossible. My source of information is reliable. There should be an even stronger old snake on the Beast God continent, but I haven't found any news after so many days of searching. Is the old snake keeping a very low profile and not well known? Or does no one know where the old snake is? After a moment of thought, Newbies suddenly slapped his thigh and sat up straight. He said, "Since I can't find that old snake, I'll lure you out." "Humph, I refuse to believe that I, the great Newbies, won't be able to find you." Newbies immediately began to shine with a golden light. The dazzling light enveloped him, bathing him in the light. His presence rapidly weakened, going from Holy Emperor to Holy Emperor very soon. It did not stop there, continuing to weaken until it reached the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler in the end. Chapter 14-15. Newbies flew through the air as a serpent several thousand meters long. As a Class 9 magical beast, he obviously grasped the mysteries of the world and possessed great comprehension abilities. His body blurred and he fused with the surrounding space. He used spatial force to travel extremely quickly, shooting through the sky in a single moment and disappearing into the horizon. As a member of the silver-striped golden-striped snake clan, every time a clansman meets, there will be an end to their fate. Although a few clansmen have appeared in history, I know from their inherited memories that a battle of fate is unavoidable as soon as they meet. The victor becomes king, devouring the essence of the loser and embarking on an even more powerful path of metamorphosis. Silver-striped, golden-striped snakes are extremely rare in this world, so I refuse to believe that the old snake hiding somewhere won't be tempted once news of my existence spreads. He'll definitely come looking for me. As long as he appears, I, the great Newbies, will devour him and strengthen my essence, thought Jianchun. He felt complacent for coming up with such a plan. He did not care about the old snake's strength at all. A city stood silently in a mountain range over 10,000 kilometers away from Newbies. It was built on a mountain that seemed to have been flattened by a blade. It was surrounded by numerous mountains, making it seem like a treasure trove. The city was simple, only surrounded by a low wall. The wall was pitch black, and had been constructed from a rare soil that could only be found on the Beast God continent. It was even tougher than rock. At the same time, powerful pulses of energy radiated from the low wall. Clearly, a powerful magical beast had channeled its energy into the wall, making it countless times tougher than steel. Only magic beasts of the 7th grade or higher would have such an ability. The words "cloud scattering" were carved into the wall at a slanted angle. It represented the name of the city, Cloud Scattering City. The Cloud Scattering City was rather famous within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers on the Beast God continent because there were 2 Class 7 magical beasts guarding it. One of them had reached the peak of Class 7, equivalent to a ninth heavenly layer saint ruler. The cruelty of the beast god continent was no less than that of the Tian Yuan continent. The slaughter of their own kind could be seen everywhere in the wilderness because this was a process of their rapid growth. They would either devour the monster cores of their own kind to increase their strength or consume the flesh of their own kind in hopes that an extremely unlikely mutation would befall them. Once a mutation occurred, they would immediately undergo a rebirth and undergo a metamorphosis. It was just like how a human with mediocre aptitude leaped from an ordinary person to a cultivation genius. Moreover, the mutation didn't just mean that they had undergone a transformation, it also meant that their combat strength had become stronger. As a result, it was very difficult to find a safe place on the beast god continent. If they were not strong enough, they would be hunted down by their own kind even when they cultivated. They would die from the slightest carelessness. The more powerful they were, the more territory they could claim. However, even with that being the case, they had to be wary of even more powerful magical beasts at all times. The various cities and tribes that existed on the beast god continent had become the homes of many magical beasts. Every single city or tribe was guarded by powerful magical beasts. They had established rules, established order, and formed various organizations. As long as one became a member of these organizations or paid precious heavenly resources, they would gain the right to stay and cultivate. They would not have to worry about being killed by their own kind. Today, the cloud-scattering city was just as bustling as before. Many magical beasts moved in and out of the city. They were all beasts, ranging from Class 3 to 6. The larger ones were over 100 meters long, while the smaller ones were only a meter or two. There were thousands of species as well. The intelligence of the magical beasts on the beast god continent grew much faster than on the Tian Yuan continent. As long as they reached Class 2, they would possess quite a bit of intelligence. As a result, regardless of their strength, all the magical beasts behaved themselves as soon as they entered the city. They completely erased all their malevolence. However, at this moment, a golden streak of light rapidly flew over from afar. In the end, it stopped above the city. It was an extremely small python that was several thousand meters long. The python was Nubis. He hovered above the city as he coldly glanced at the city below. His eyes were filled with mercilessness and coldness. Afterwards, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of dense poison. It turned into a surging cloud that rapidly enveloped the city below. The poison was extremely potent. The gas spread through the air, and in just a short moment, all the plants in a radius of 10 kilometers withered at an unbelievable rate. In the end, they were reduced to dust, which scattered with the wind. As the gas descended on the city, the magical beasts that came in contact with the gas all collapsed on the ground without any ability to fight back, regardless of their strength. Black blood flowed from their mouth. They did not even have the ability to flee. All the magical beasts in the city became stunned by the sudden change. They all turned their heads to look at the poisonous gas that constantly spread over from afar as disbelief filled their eyes. The cloud-scattering city was a powerful organization that possessed two powerful Class 7 magical beasts. One of them had already reached the peak of Class 7, only a step away from Class 8. With these two experts, the cloud-scattering city had become a renowned organization in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Ever since it had been founded, no one had ever dared to provoke it. Just which idiot was bold enough to make trouble here? However, when these magic beasts saw their fellow magic beasts lying on the ground without any resistance as the poisonous gas spread, they all woke up from their stupor and immediately ran away as fast as they could to escape from this place. Regardless of whether the cloud-scattering city could stop the invaders or not, they had to stay alive first. In a single moment, the orderly cloud-scattering city fell into chaos. All the magical beasts in the city fled for their lives. They could all tell how terrifying the gas was, and many of them showed fear. At the same time, two tremendous presences radiated from the depths of the city. The two strongest experts of the city had appeared. Two burly old men silently appeared in the sky above the city. They radiated with powerful presences. They were both saint rulers. Chapter 14:16. The two Class 7 magical beasts in human form had been cultivating in the depths of the city. They immediately roused from their cultivation when they sensed what had happened in the city. They left their underground cultivation in a single instance and silently appeared in the air. Class 7 magical beasts were equivalent to saint rulers on the Tian-Yuan continent. Even on the beast god continent, they were experts that reigned supreme in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. The two Class 7 magical beasts of the city were like two protectors of the city. With their appearance, all the panicking magical beasts in the city calmed down. These magical beasts were only Class 6 magical beasts at most, and they all had a heartfelt sense of worship and trust for Class 7 magical beasts. Even though they could sense that the golden python that breathed in and out the poisonous gas was not weak, the golden python did not take human form after all. As a result, most of the magical beasts believed that the golden python's strength was below Class 7, and that it was only powerful because of its poison. As a result, some of the magical beasts in the city stopped fleeing when the two Class 7 magical beasts appeared. They stopped and watched from afar. They believed that the two Class 7 magical beasts would definitely be able to kill the attackers with ease. A beast of antiquity, golden-striped silver snake. The two Class 7 magical beasts in human form stared at the golden python. Their eyes narrowed by an undetectable amount as they cried out at the same time. Beasts of antiquity possessed an extraordinary status on the beast god continent because they often represented great potential and unparalleled strength. No one at the same level of cultivation was their opponent. They possessed the ability to challenge those at a higher level of cultivation. There were countless magical beasts on the beast god continent, but beasts of antiquity were as rare as phoenix feathers. However, without any exception, every time a beast of antiquity appeared, it would cause an uproar on the beast god continent. This was because if these beasts matured successfully, they would definitely reach Class 8 in the future. They might even have a slim chance of becoming Class 9 magical beasts, and they would be invincible among the same level of cultivation. Only other beasts of antiquity could be their opponent. However, the eyes of the two Class 7 magical beasts immediately became filled with greed. Their gazes towards the golden python changed as well, as if what was before them was not a venomous ancient beast's golden thread, but a great treasure. If I kill this golden-striped silver snake and eat its flesh, drink its blood, or devour its monster core, there's an extremely great chance for me to mutate and become even more powerful. My future will be even more glorious as well. At that moment, the two Class 7 magical beasts from Cloud-Scattering City thought of the same thing. As soon as they thought about the fact that there was a very high chance for them to mutate, their breathing became much more hurried. Without saying too much, the two Class 7 magical beasts struck out at the same time. Their eyes burned with desire. They wanted to kill the golden-striped silver snake as quickly as possible. The two old men quietly appeared in front of the golden python. With a thought, they controlled the power of space and instantly froze the space between heaven and earth. They wanted to use this method to bind the golden python. Then, their hands turned into claws and grabbed the golden python's head with lightning speed. They wanted to kill it in the simplest and most effortless way. The several thousand-meter-long golden-striped silver snake was obviously Nubis. Nubis did not give off his presence and appeared in his original form, so the two Class 7 magical beasts failed to see that he had been suppressed to the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. They mistook him for a Class 6 magical beast. Nubis sneered. With a gentle jerk of his body, the frozen space immediately shattered, unable to stop him at all. Afterward, he suddenly moved. He moved extremely quickly, and with a flash of golden light, the weaker Class 7 magical beast was tightly wrapped around by newbies before it could even react. Afterward, he opened his mouth and bit down on the other peak Class 7 magical beast. With a crack, the peak Class 7 magical beast's arm was bitten off by newbies. The peak Class 7 magical beast grunted painfully as his face immediately paled. Disbelief filled his face as he retreated with lightning-like speed. His gaze toward newbies was filled with shock. At the same time, the red blood where his arm had been severed rapidly turned black. Not only had newbies bitten off his arm, but the poison had also invaded his body, causing the peak Class 7 magical beast to constantly tremble. "Why, you're not Class 6, but Class 7, and at the peak of Class 7. The peak Class 7 magical beast cried out. Only at that moment did he suddenly realize that the golden-striped silver snake before him was nowhere near as weak as he had imagined it to be. The snake was so powerful that he could not deal with it at all. Newbies grinned. Although he was not in human form, he could speak. "You're right. I, the great Newbies, have stopped being Class 6 a long time ago. It's a pity that you've found out too late." The peak Class 7 magical beast's face changed drastically when he heard that. Without any hesitation, he suppressed the poison within him, abandoned the cloud-scattering city that he had managed for many years, and fled into the distance. Newbies did not chase after him. He stared at the other Class 7 magical beast that he had entangled with emotionless and cold-blooded eyes. His body suddenly constricted as if he had become a meat grinder, crushing the Class 7 magical beast to death. Bang! Suddenly, the top of the Class 7 magical beast's head split open. His soul emerged from the shield and flew into the distance with lightning speed. It was filled with fear. However, before he could fly too far away, there was a flash of golden light. Newbie's tail shot over from afar, catching up to the fleeing soul in a single instance. With a whip, the soul immediately dispersed, wiping out the soul. The poison had already spread to a small portion of the cloud-scattering city. It turned into a mist that was carried into the distance by the wind. In the distance, all the magical beasts stood there in a daze as they stared at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. The two extremely powerful Class 7 magical beasts of the cloud-scattering city had actually been defeated so quickly. In the end, one had even died and the other had fled. This stunned all the magical beasts in the city. Suddenly, a beastly roar filled with terror rang out. A 3-meter-long cat-like magical beast covered in scales let out a cry of alarm and fled into the distance at its fastest speed. The other magical beasts in the city all returned to their senses. Immediately, all of them fled together, pushing their speed to the limit. Heavy footsteps rang out from the ground. "From today onwards, this city no longer exists. This will be one of my many territories. Remember my name, the ancient beast, golden-striped silver snake, the great Newbies." Newbies did not kill them all. He laughed aloud as he hovered in the air. He remained in his snake form and did not take human form. Chapter 14:17. He's the great Newbies. The great Newbies destroyed the city. This is his territory. At that moment, all the fleeing magical beasts remembered Newbies. In the blink of an eye, the city was reduced to a dead city. Before long, the entire city was enveloped by a poisonous mist. All that could be seen were the corpses of large numbers of magical beasts lying in the city. Newbies looked at the fleeing magical beasts and thought to himself. He murmured, "It doesn't seem like it's enough. Wiping out a city doesn't seem to be enough for the great Newbies' name to spread across the entire beast god continent. Looks like I need to work harder." With that, Newbies suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The poisonous mist that enveloped the entire city immediately churned violently before being sucked back into his mouth. In just a few seconds there was no more mist in the city. All that remained were the pulverized plants and a few withered trees, as if they were silently describing what had just happened. Newbies left. After he left, A few of the collapsed magical beasts in the city suddenly trembled gently before standing up with great difficulty. Without any exception, they were all Class 6 magical beasts. After the first magic beast stood up, more and more magic beasts gradually stood up. Although they all seemed to be struggling, they didn't die. Nubis' strength had already reached the level of the Holy Emperor. His control over his poison had reached the pinnacle as well, allowing him to control it as he wished. The poison he had spat out earlier seemed very powerful, reducing some of the weaker plants to dust in a single moment. Even thousand-year-old trees withered, but the poison failed to kill any of the magical beasts in the city. It only knocked them unconscious. After waking up, the magical beasts did not remain in the city. They glanced at the sky in lingering fear. Although they could no longer see Nubis' figure, their fear for Nubis had reached its limit. They all left the city. Before long, the cloud-scattering city had truly become a dead city. It was completely devoid of life. Very soon, the magical beasts that had fled from the city spread the news of what had happened. Immediately, it caused a great uproar within several tens of thousand kilometers, and it gradually spread even further away. Within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, the destruction of a city with a Class 7 magical beast guarding it was no small matter. The fame of the ancient beast, golden-striped silver snake Nubis, gradually spread as well. Nubis did not pay too much attention to the commotion caused by destroying the city because he believed that destroying a city with a Class 7 magical beast was not enough to shake up the entire beast god continent. It was unlikely to draw out the old snake hiding somewhere, so he set his eyes on a powerful organization with a Class 8 magical beast. There were not many Class 8 magical beasts on the beast god continent anymore. Most of them had died in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. Only a very small portion of them had survived. The Fire Sparrow tribe was a tribe that could be regarded as one of the most powerful on the Beast God continent. It was the territory of the Fire Sparrow clan. The Fire Sparrow clan was originally unknown on the Beast God continent. They had only begun to rise in the past 1,000 years and began to stand out on the Beast God continent. This was because 3 mutated fire sparrows had appeared in the clan this time. 2 of them had reached Class 8 over 1,000 years ago, so the Fire Sparrow clan had become a peak organization on the Beast God continent. The remaining mutated fire sparrow had reached the peak of Class 7 and was not far away from Class 8. Recently, the Fire Sparrow tribe had been shrouded in heavy sorrow because one of their 2 protectors had died on the Tianyuan continent in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. They had not even managed to retrieve her corpse, which was an extremely heavy blow to the tribe. While the members of the Fire Sparrow clan were still immersed in their grief, a golden line suddenly tore through the air from the distance. It was extremely fast and stopped above the Fire Sparrow clan in the blink of an eye. At a closer glance, the golden streak was actually a huge python that was several thousand meters long and as thick as a water bucket. It was Nubis in his beast form. After so long, I've finally found a Class 8 magical beast. Nubis exhaled deeply as he hovered in the air. In order to find a Class 8 magical beast, he had traversed countless mountains and forests. He had no idea how many kilometers he had traveled, but he had only found one after so much difficulty. Of course, there were several organizations with Class 7 magical beasts that suffered along the way, but Nubis showed mercy. He only killed the organizations with 2 Class 7 magical beasts or above. He would release a Class 7 magical beast for every single organization. At the same time, he did not forget to announce that he was a golden-striped silver snake, as if he was afraid that the magical beasts that had fled would not know that he was a golden-striped silver snake. Nubis concealed his presence, so the Class 7 magical beasts of the Fire Sparrow tribe failed to discover his existence. However, the Class 8 magical beast discovered Nubis' arrival as soon as possible. The space before Nubis rippled gently and a burly, red-haired, middle-aged man silently appeared there. His skin was dark red, and even his eyes were red. A golden-striped silver snake of antiquity. The middle-aged man was the only remaining Class 8 magical beast of the fire sparrow tribe. He recognized Newbies with a single glance, and a sliver of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. There was also a sliver of excitement. Newbies glanced over the middle-aged man with his cold, emotionless eyes. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. He flew off into the distance as quickly as he could, as if he was fleeing for his life. The middle-aged man sneered as he murmured, "Beasts of antiquity are extremely rare. There aren't a lot of them across the entire beast god continent, and the one before me just happens to be a golden-striped silver snake. It's a special race. When members of the same race meet, they're like mortal enemies. They won't stop until they fight to the death. There's no need to worry about them being supported by experts. It just so happens that the strength of this cosmos beast before me isn't strong, so killing it is as easy as flipping my hand. Even if I've already attained the 8th rank now, if I consume a cosmos beast from the ancient times, then I'll still obtain enormous benefits. On the other hand, even though I don't need the quintessence essence of a gold-striped silver snake that can only be consumed by its own clansmen, I can offer it to that lord." The middle-aged man immediately pursued. With his strength as a Class 8 magical beast, catching up to Newbies was naturally a piece of cake. He closed the distance between them very quickly. Newbies did not panic at all as he watched the middle-aged man get closer and closer. Instead, he sneered and thought, "That's right." Chapter 14:18. The Class 8 Firefinch pursued Newbies. Both of them used spatial force, so they moved extremely quickly. The two of them turned into faint blurs as they flickered through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished into the horizon. Although Class 8 Firefinches were equivalent to Saint Kings on the Tian-Yuan continent and possessed decent comprehension of the mysteries of the world, they were incomparable to peak Class 7 magical beasts both in terms of their control over space force and the energy within them. However, it was extremely difficult for him to chase down the golden-striped silver snake that was only at the peak of Class 7 in his eyes. Although the golden-striped silver snake was not as fast as him in terms of speed, the golden-striped silver snake would shine with a golden light whenever he approached it. Its speed would explode in an unbelievable manner, pulling far away from him in the blink of an eye. The Class 8 Firefinch was unable to catch up no matter what he did. During this time, he had frozen the space around the golden-striped silver snake several times in an attempt to trap it. However, to his surprise, the golden-striped silver snake was like a slippery loach. Even the frozen space was unable to trap it. It twisted its body left and right, easily breaking free from the frozen space before continuing to flee without slowing down at all. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using a space gate, but it was only suitable for traveling. It wasn't suitable for pursuing a target because when the other party sensed the ripples of the space gate, they could change directions in advance and flee in another direction. By the time he stepped out of the space gate, the other party might have already disappeared from his sight. As a result, the space gate's usefulness in pursuing a target was negligible. When Newbies shone with golden light again, his speed suddenly skyrocketed, pulling away from the Class 8 Firefinch in a single instance. The Class 8 Firefinch was finally angered. His face became extremely sunken. Even with his strength as a Class 8 Firefinch, it was still so difficult for him to chase down a peak Class 7 magical beast. He felt humiliated, as if his dignity as a Class 8 Firefinch had been severely challenged. "Humph, you really are a beast of antiquity after all. Your secret technique for escaping is indeed very powerful, where even I can't catch you in a short amount of time. However, using a secret technique like that must consume a lot of energy. You won't be able to keep it up for long. I'd like to see just how far you can run." The Class 8 Firefinch gritted his teeth as he cursed inside. Although Newbies seemed to be fleeing in a sorry state, he was completely unconcerned. He did not take the Class 8 Firefinch seriously at all. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the scenery along the way. Although he had suppressed his strength to the peak of Class 7, he was still a Class 9 magical beast in his prime. How could a mere Class 8 magical beast catch up to him? An hour later, Newbies passed by a large tribe and came to a halt. He glanced below and his eyes immediately lit up. He spat out a dense cloud of poisonous gas that enveloped the tribe before continuing on his way without looking back. Behind him, the Class 8 Firefinch whistled over with a tremendous presence. He did not stop at all, directly charging at Newbies. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the large tribe below. The ground cracked open and a giant bear more than 30 meters long crawled out from the ground. Its fur was snow-white and spotless. It stood there like a small mountain. The bear stood proudly in Newbies' poisonous gas. Its eyes immediately reddened as it looked at the clansmen that had fallen into the poisonous gas. It roared at the sky and chased after Newbies as a white streak of light. Its body changed as well. In just a few seconds, it went from a white bear over 30 meters long to a burly man over 4 meters tall. It radiated with a tremendous presence. It was also a Class 8 magical beast. In the blink of an eye, Newbies had already fled for 2 days. During those 2 days, the Class 8 magical beasts chasing after him had increased from 2 to 5. He had only encountered these 5 Class 8 magical beasts after traversing a small portion of the Beast God continent. He had offended all of them. However, without any exception, no matter what they did, they were unable to catch up to Newbies, who only seemed to be at the peak of Class 7. Newbies did not fight against the Class 8 magical beasts. Instead, he led them around the Beast God continent. Wherever they went, all the magical beasts would be shaken, causing a great uproar. As a result, the news of 5 Class 8 magical beasts chasing down a single golden-striped silver snake spread rapidly, reaching the entire Beast God continent very soon. If Newbies had appeared on the Beast God continent in his original form, it would have caused a great uproar as well, but it definitely would not have been as great as the news of 5 Class 8 magical beasts chasing down a single Class 7 magical beast. This was because Class 8 magical beasts were a golden signboard. They would shine no matter where they went, not to mention that there were 5 of them chasing down a Class 7 magical beast that was far weaker than them. Let alone now, even in the entire history of the Beast God continent, something like this had never happened before. It would have been reasonable if several peak Class 7 magical beasts were chasing down a single heavily injured Class 8 magical beast, but if it was the other way around, it would be far too unbelievable. 10 million kilometers away from Newbies, a golden-haired old man sat in a dark, damp cave and cultivated in a swamp filled with poisonous gas. The old man wore golden clothes, and even his skin was faintly golden. Although his appearance was nothing special, he gave off a dignified aura. Clearly, he had been in a high position for a very long time. Suddenly, the old man slowly opened his eyes. He glanced outside deeply, and his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the rocks. He saw the Beast God Hall in the distance, and a sliver of worry appeared on his face. I wonder if the war between the Beast God continent and the world of Forsaken Saints has ended. What's the situation like? Although I've vaguely sensed the return of quite a few Class 8 magical beasts in the past few days, there have been far fewer of them than when they left. Back then, Emperor Peng called for all the Class 8 magical beasts in his territory to head to the Tian Yuan continent and fend off the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints. They swore to protect our world with their lives, but according to what I know, the world of Forsaken Saints is just too powerful. Even if the 4 races work together, they might not be able to emerge victorious. Although I'm at the peak of Class 8, I don't have absolute confidence in surviving the battle. As a result, I chose to leave my nest and hide in this remote place, avoiding Emperor Peng's orders. I wonder if Emperor Peng has returned or not. Has he discovered that I'm avoiding the battle? If he finds out, the old man thought to himself, He felt very uneasy because Emperor Pung had specifically called him out for the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. However, he did not participate in the battle because he was worried that he would die. At this moment, a skinny old man silently appeared outside the old man's cave like a ghost. He bowed and said, "Ancestor, it's rumored that a golden-striped silver snake of ancient times that has reached the peak of Class 7 has appeared on the Beast God continent. It's currently being hunted down by 5 Class 8 experts." Hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately flashed with a golden light. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the cave with an excited expression. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at the skinny old man and asked urgently, "Is what you said true? A peak Class 7 silver-striped golden snake of ancient times has appeared outside?" "Ancestor, this is only a rumor. It's not confirmed, but I've already sent people to investigate. I believe we'll receive news very soon," the skinny old man said politely. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He took out an ancient piece of jade from his space ring, and with a flash of light, a message was sent out. "Ancestor, the people I've sent have already investigated. It's definitely true," the skinny old man immediately replied. There was a sliver of excitement in his voice. Chapter 14:19. The golden-robed old man was extremely excited. His eyes burned with desire and yearning. This was the enticement of the 9th class. Once he reached the 9th class, he would become an existence like the holy emperor of the Tian Yuan continent, standing above countless people. On the entire Beast God continent there were only 3 Class 9 magical beasts. Every single one of them ruled over a region. Most importantly, the golden-robed old man did not have much time left. If he did not break through, he would not have much time left. As a result, the 9th class possessed a fatal attraction to the golden-robed old man. Not only would it allow him to become the 4th most respected expert on the Beast God continent, it would also allow him to live for over 4,000 years. Afterward, the golden-robed old man learned the exact location of the peak Class 7 golden-striped silver snake from the skinny old man. He directly ripped open a space gate and left. 10 million kilometers away, newbies continued to flee in a horrible fashion. Whenever the enemies behind him were about to catch up, he would flash with a golden light and suddenly increase his speed. He would shoot forward at an unbelievable speed, pulling away from his pursuers in a single moment. It made the Class 8 experts behind him grit their teeth, but there was nothing they could do about it. Along the way, whenever newbies came across an organization with a Class 8 magical beast, he would temporarily stop and provoke them, as if he was afraid that there would not be enough Class 8 experts pursuing him. As a result, the number of Class 8 experts pursuing him had increased from the initial 5 to 8. Why is this ancient mutated beast, the golden-striped silver snake, so hard to deal with? I don't know how many times he's used that secret technique along the way, but he still doesn't show the slightest sign of exhaustion. He's still as energetic as ever. Don't tell me that his frequent use of that secret technique doesn't cause any harm to him, or consume his energy. This wasn't the first time that such a thought had appeared in the hearts of the 8 level 8 powerhouses in pursuit. Along the way, the 8 of them had exhausted all of their methods and used all of the methods they could use to restrain their enemies. However, these abilities that were sufficient to temporarily restrain powerhouses of the same level were completely ineffective against this mere peak level 7 silver striped golden snake before them. The peak class 7 silver striped golden snake was just too difficult to chase. Some of the Class 8 magical beasts had already considered giving up. However, as soon as they thought about how the despicable newbies had used poison to kill their clansmen for no reason, they immediately began to grit their teeth. Their eyes turned red with hatred as they began an endless pursuit of newbies. "Once I catch him, I'll definitely skin him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. So what if he's an ancient beast? If I catch him, I'll make him wish he was dead," God damn it, this golden-striped golden snake is clearly only at the peak of Class 7, yet he dares to provoke us fearlessly. This is abnormal. Is he scheming something? And his strength isn't the peak of Class 7 on the surface, but Class 8 long ago? Not all of the Class 8 magical beasts were brainless. Very soon, some of them sensed that something was wrong, but they did not give up on the chase. Ha ha ha, the great newbies, have caused quite a disturbance this time? 8 Class 8 magical beasts working together to hunt down a Class 7 beast will definitely cause a huge uproar on the Beast God continent. It'll spread as quickly as possible. I wonder if that old snake has received the news, thought Jianchen. He seemed to be in a horrible shape, but in reality, he did not even glance at the Class 8 magical beasts behind him. He advanced in a random direction as well. He ran wherever there was a city or tribe, and wherever there were more magical beasts, he would run towards them. God damn it, if that old snake just happens to be in seclusion and doesn't receive the news, am I, the great newbies, going to be chased like this forever? With another thought, Newbies thought of an outcome that he did not wish to see the most. He immediately felt his head ache. However, at this moment, the space several dozen kilometers away from Newbies violently distorted. A space gate rapidly formed. Before anyone could be seen, an extremely powerful presence leaked out from the space gate. The space within a radius of several hundred kilometers actually began to ripple. The energy of the world seemed to have come to a halt. The powerful presence enveloped a radius of several hundred kilometers in a single moment, enveloping Newbies and the 8 Class 8 magical beasts behind him. They immediately slowed down. Newbies' eyes flashed and he suddenly turned to look at the space gate several dozen kilometers away. He purposefully slowed down as well. The 8 Class 8 magical beasts behind him were all shocked. They all stopped their pursuit and stared at the space gate in shock. The presence was just too powerful. When it enveloped them, the 8 of them immediately felt like they were shouldering a mountain, causing their bodies to become much heavier. Even the space around them seemed to be compressed by the presence, causing them to feel like they were in a quagmire. It was extremely taxing. Peak Class 8. It's a Peak Class 8 expert. A burly man over 5 meters tall exclaimed. His expression became very serious. His true form was that of a huge white bear. With that, a golden-robed, golden-haired old man slowly stepped out of the space gate. His cold, emotionless eyes gave off a presence that seemed to look down on the world. He was like a king who stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on the world. However, the old man did possess the right to do so on the Beast God continent. As a beast of antiquity who had reached the great perfection of the Holy Emperor, basically no one on the continent could suppress him aside from the 3 Class 9 experts. Newbies immediately became excited the moment he saw the old man. His eyes burned with desire, as if the old man was not a Peak Class 8 expert but a shining treasure. At the same time, the old man also saw Newbies several dozen kilometers away. His gaze was the same as Newbies, filled with desire and excitement. The golden-robed old man took a step forward and the space around him rippled slightly. He immediately vanished and reappeared several dozen kilometers away, right in front of Newbies. He stared at Newbies greedily and excitedly said, "Not bad, not bad. It really is a Peak Class 7 silver-striped golden snake. The heavens really are helping me. The heavens really are helping me." The 8 Class 8 magical beasts all stopped in the distance. They stared at the golden-robed old man in fear and dread. Even though Newbies, whom they loathed and wanted to kill immediately, was right before them and had stopped running, the 8 of them dared not approach him. The golden-striped silver snake vanished from the sky. Newbies had already returned to his human form, turning back into the handsome, golden-robed young man. He stared at the old man with burning desire as he curled his lips into a strange, evil smile. "Old man, I, the great Newbies, have finally lured you out. I never thought that your strength would exceed my expectations, reaching the peak of Class 8 and almost reaching Class 9. Newbies sneered. The expressions of the 8 Class 8 experts in the distance changed when they heard that. They all stared at Newbies in shock. None of them had thought that Newbies had provoked them all the way here just to create a commotion and draw out the peak Class 8 expert before them. The old man in golden robes sneered. Kid, you've miscalculated. Although you've hidden your strength from Class 8 to Class 7, the old man has reached Class 8 many years ago. He's at the peak of Class 8 now. Before the old man, you don't even have the ability to escape. Newbies laughed aloud as he stared at the old man in ridicule. Old man, who said I, the great Newbies, was going to run? You should be the one running. With that, a presence that caused the surroundings to tremble radiated from Newbies. The presence was far, far more powerful than the golden-robed old man's. When the presence permeated the surroundings, the ground seemed to sink from the pressure. The trees and various plants scattered across the area all shattered, directly crushed to pieces by the presence. The expressions of the 8 Class 8 powerhouses behind him changed drastically at that moment. Their eyes were filled with shock as their faces paled. They all stared at Newbies while trembling. They were terrified out of their wit. Class 9, he's actually a Class 9 expert. We're actually chasing after a Type 9 expert. The 8 Type 8 experts howled in grief. At this moment, their hearts were trembling, and their blood was flowing in reverse. They even had thoughts of dying. Chapter 14:20. Newbies laughed aloud as he stared at the old man in ridicule. Old man, who said that I, the great Newbies, was going to run? You should be the one running. With that, a presence that caused the surroundings to tremble radiated from Newbies. The presence was far, far more powerful than the golden-robed old man's. When the presence permeated the surroundings, the ground seemed to sink from the pressure. The trees and various plants that filled the area all shattered, directly crushed to pieces by the presence. The expressions of the 8 Class 8 powerhouses changed drastically at that moment. Their eyes were filled with shock and their faces paled. They all stared at Newbies, trembling in fear. Class 9. He's actually Class 9. We're actually pursuing an expert who's reached Class 9. The 8 Class 8 powerhouses howled inside. At that moment, their hearts were trembling, and their blood was flowing in reverse. They even wanted to die. The old man lost his composure from before as well. He stared at Newbies in disbelief and cried out, "You're actually Class 9. The old man was completely pale. Newbies' presence had already frightened him out of his wits. He was also a golden-striped silver snake of antiquity. He knew all too well what would happen if a golden-striped silver snake of antiquity encountered a golden-striped silver snake of the same race. Without any hesitation, the old man immediately turned around and fled as quickly as he could. At the same time, he used a secret technique. He vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately became much more haggard. He had paid a heavy price to flee with incomparable speed. He wanted to disappear before Newbies could react. He did not use a space gate because constructing a space gate required some time. If he tried to escape by constructing a space gate in front of a Class 9 magical beast, he would definitely die. It would be suicide without a doubt. Newbies sneered. I, the great Newbies, endured the humiliation and paid the heavy price of being chased across half the beast god continent by a few Class 8 magical beasts in order to lure you out after so much difficulty. If I let you escape just like that, wouldn't all my efforts have been for nothing? Newbies did not pursue the golden-robed old man. He sneered and extended a finger. Immediately, a golden streak of light shot out from his finger, chasing after the golden-robed old man who was about to vanish into the horizon with unbelievable speed. This golden light was only the size of a finger. If one looked carefully through the hazy golden light, one could vaguely see that there was a golden thread hidden inside. It was only as thick as a chopstick, but it hid an astonishingly terrifying energy. The golden threads pierced through space and disappeared into it. They seemed to be able to traverse space, ignoring the distance between them. In an instant, they caught up to the golden-robed old man who had already used a secret technique to flee far away. Then, they formed a huge net and enveloped the golden-robed old man. The old man's face changed and he bellowed out at the sky. His body suddenly emitted an endless amount of golden light, and within this golden light, within the golden light was a layer of blood-red light. Terrifying pulses of energy shook the surroundings, causing the space there to tremble violently. It seemed like it was about to shatter. He punched the sky, shattering the void. A terrifying energy transformed into a huge fist and punched towards the golden net that was descending from the sky. He wanted to shatter the net. After throwing out that punch, the old man's face became even paler. He knew exactly what would happen if he was caught by newbies. As a result, not only did he erupt with the full power of the Holy Emperor at absolute perfection in order to escape, but he also used a secret technique to burn his essence blood to escape. The punch he threw out was also a shocking attack that he had used to burn his essence blood. The old man did not care about the outcome of the punch. He continued to burn his essence blood, bearing the consequences of damaging his vitality as he fled like crazy. He knew that with his power as a holy emperor at absolute perfection, he would not be able to outrun the holy emperor. Only by burning his essence blood would he be able to escape with his life. The golden fist shattered the void, and wherever it passed, the space would crack. It carried with it a terrifying might that seemed capable of destroying the world as it collided with the golden fist that was descending from the sky. There was no great boom when the two collided. However, the golden net protruded from the golden fist. The old man's attack that he had used to burn his essence blood failed to shatter the golden net. "You're only at Class 8, yet you dare to stand up to me, the great newbies?" Newbies sneered in the distance. A golden thread connected his finger to the golden net. With a thought, the golden net immediately began to shrink, wrapping around the golden fist and rapidly whittling away at its energy. At the same time, another strand of golden thread split off from the golden net. With the golden net as its root, it pierced through space and vanished. It traversed space and space, completely ignoring the restriction of distance between them. In an instant, it caught up to the golden-robed old man who was fleeing ahead. The golden-robed old man clearly sensed the golden thread chasing after him. His expression immediately changed. However, this time, the golden thread was like an arrow released from a bow. It did not give the golden-robed old man any time to react. It turned into a faint golden light and pierced into the golden-robed old man's back. It pierced through his body and came out from his chest. Then, the golden thread immediately wrapped around the golden-robed old man, binding him like a dumpling. Looking at it now, this thin golden thread had already extended for dozens of miles, crossing the entire sky, stretching from the eastern horizon to the western horizon. If one were to stand in the middle, they would not be able to see where the two ends of the golden thread were connected. In just a single breath of time, the golden-robed old man had already fled dozens of miles away. The golden thread was not actually able to travel through space. It was just too fast. Newbies pulled with his finger and the old man immediately appeared before him. Looking at the pale-faced old man, Newbies could not help but laugh aloud. "Old man, you can't be arrogant anymore, can you? You even tried to devour my essence to reach Class 9. Aren't you a silver-striped golden snake that has just entered the 9th level? Even if this old man is no match for a powerhouse that has just entered the 9th level, I would not be completely helpless. At the very least, I would be able to resist a few moves. Could it be that you have already entered the 9th level for many years? That's impossible. Old man has never heard of a 4th Class 9 expert other than the 3 from the Beast God continent," the old man said with a trembling voice. Chapter 14:21. Impossible, this is impossible. After one's strength reaches the 8th stage, every step forward in the 9th stage is very difficult. As for the 9th stage, every step forward is several times more difficult than the 8th stage. Since you have just become a martial emperor, it is absolutely impossible for you to break through the first heavenly layer of the 9th stage and reach the higher 9th stage in such a short time. The old man was stunned. Even though he felt despair, he also found it very difficult to believe that Nubes' strength would soar so quickly after reaching Class 9. Nubes smiled even more happily when he saw how dejected the old man was. He felt extremely carefree inside. He had learned that there was an extremely powerful golden-striped silver snake on the Beast God continent many years ago, which was why he had always hidden himself in the outskirts of the Cross Mountains. He did not join the Gilligan clan in the depths of the mountains because he wanted to avoid the threat of the Beast God continent. This was because he was only Class 7 back then, so he felt an innate fear and dread toward the old snake he had never seen before. He was extremely worried that the old snake would secretly infiltrate the Tianyuan continent to deal with him, so he chose to cultivate in the outskirts of the Cross Mountains. It was the closest place to Mercenary City. If the old snake really did come to the Tianyuan continent, he could flee to Mercenary City. It could be said that the old snake of the Beast God continent was like an invisible mountain that weighed down on Nubes' heart. He felt extremely pressured, so much so that he had to be careful when he went out. He was afraid that the news of him being a golden-striped silver snake would spread, and even more people would learn about it. Afterwards, the old snake of the Beast God continent infiltrated the Tianyuan continent and was slain by the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian. His corpse was given to Nubes. After devouring the essence of the old snake, Nubes inherited a small portion of the old snake's memories. He learned from the memories that there was actually an even more powerful old snake on the Beast God continent. The old snake that had died to Tianjian's hands was controlled by an even more powerful old man. When Nubes learnt about this, his heart sank to rock bottom. He became even more fearful of the powerful old snake. The Beast God continent became a forbidden zone for him once again. And now, Nubes felt an indescribable sense of pleasure when he saw Old Snake, who had caused him great psychological pressure, unable to retaliate at all. At this moment, he simply wished for nothing more than to roar into the sky. It's a pity that the great medicine that the old man spent so much effort to nurture has died on the Tianyuan continent, or the old man might have become a saint emperor already, the golden-robed old man murmured. His face was filled with reluctance. At this moment, the 8 Class 8 magical beasts that had pursued Nubes earlier all concealed their presences and began to retreat silently. They wanted to use this opportunity to escape. The 8 of them were scared out of their wit. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and their hearts were filled with intense fear. Some of them were even filled with regret. They all cursed Nubes inside. He was a mighty Class 9 expert, yet he had disguised himself as a Class 7 magical beast to trick them. In the end, the 8 of them had boldly chased a Class 9 magical beast across most of the Beast God continent. If they had known earlier that Nubes was a Class 9 magical beast, they would not have dared to chase him even if they were 100 times bolder. Nubes' eyes narrowed as a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He slowly turned his head to look at the 8 fleeing Class 8 magical beasts and said, "Little guys, I, the great Nubes, have been chased by you for so long, so why do you want to flee so silently?" The 8 Class 8 magical beasts immediately trembled violently when they heard what Nubes had said. They were so frightened that their hearts almost jumped out. Their faces all became extremely ugly, filled with some despair. Nubes extended a finger and a silver thread shot out, binding the 8 Class 8 magical beasts together. He chuckled aloud, "Little guys, I'll teach you a lesson once I deal with this old snake." Afterward, Nubes mercilessly killed the golden-robed old man. He used a secret technique to devour the old man's essence on the spot. This was the second golden-striped silver snake that Nubes had devoured. When he devoured the first one, he was only a saint ruler, while the golden-striped silver snake had reached the fourth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. It was far, far more powerful than Newbies, so it took Newbies an extremely long time to devour the first golden-striped silver snake's essence. At the same time, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Now that Newbies' strength had reached the level of the Holy Emperor, devouring the old snake that was only at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor obviously would not increase his strength. However, it would strengthen his essence by quite a lot, benefiting him greatly. Newbies' entire body flickered with a faint golden light after devouring the old snake's essence. His strength remained at the same level as before, but the presence he gave off seemed to have become even more powerful. Afterward, Newbies looked at the 8 Class 8 magical beasts and snickered. "It's your turn now. You've chased me, the great Newbies, for so long, so how should I deal with you?" The 8 Class 8 magical beasts tensed up. A few of them immediately dropped to their knees, constantly kowtowing as they begged for mercy. Newbies smiled strangely. He circled around the 8 Class 8 magical beasts a few times and said after a moment of thought, "Whatever. Although I, the great Newbies, have been chased across half the beast god continent by you, I probably wouldn't have been able to draw out the old snake if I hadn't done that. Now that I've successfully devoured the old snake's essence, I've achieved my objective, so I'm in a good mood. I'll spare you. However, I can spare you the death penalty, but I can't escape punishment. As for the punishment, you will have to treat me, the great Newbies, as your leader. Do you have any objections?" The 8 Class 8 magical beasts were overjoyed, as if they had just been pardoned. They called out in a hurry, "Thank you, great Newbies Kane. From today onwards, we are willing to listen to the orders of the great Newbies." The 8 of them were extremely emotional. The punishment Newbies had mentioned was not a punishment at all in their eyes. Instead, it was a blessing that many large tribes could only dream of. The Beast God continent was far crueler than the Tian Yuan continent. Even large organizations with Class 8 magical beasts would often engage in battle, and the annihilation of entire clans was a common occurrence. Although they were ruled by the 3 supreme experts of the Beast God Hall, they would never interfere with the battles of their subordinates. This was because the 3 supreme experts of the Beast God Hall each possessed countless organizations of various sizes in their territories. Even the destruction of a large organization would not draw too much attention from the 3 supreme experts. However, Newbies was different. According to their understanding, Newbies had only reached Class 9 recently, but he possessed strength greater than regular Class 9 magical beasts. He just happened to not have any organizations under him. If the 8 of them submitted to him, they would become the first group of organizations under Newbies. They would obviously be treated with special importance, and their statuses would be extraordinary. Newbies smiled in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "You can go. As for your clansmen, their lives are not in any danger. I, the great Newbies, have only made them faint. They should have woken up by now. Oh right, don't forget to erect a statue of me, the great Newbies, in your clans after you return. The statue must be completely made of gold. Only then will it be worthy of my great status as the great Newbies." The 8 Class 8 magical beasts nodded in a hurry. They all carefully glanced at Newbies and memorized Newbies' appearance. After the 8 Class 8 magical beasts left, Newbies rolled up his wide sleeves, immediately revealing his golden-skinned arm. A layer of golden light flowed under his skin as strange inscriptions covered his entire arm. At a closer glance. Chapter 1422. Newbies immediately smiled faintly when he saw the strange patterns that seemed like snake scales but were different from snake scales. He became rather excited as he murmured, "This old snake's essence is much more abundant than the old snake I absorbed from the Holy Emperor's 4th heavenly layer. I feel like I, the great Newbies, have ingested a shocking tonic, causing extremely obvious changes to my body. Although my strength remains at the same level as before, I feel like my battle prowess has become much more powerful than before. This old snake must have devoured the essence of some of his clansmen before, which is why his essence is so abundant." Newbies rolled up his sleeve, immediately hiding his faintly golden arm. He raised his head to look at the continent that he had once yearned for and feared. He murmured, "This beast god continent really is a great place. It's just too suitable for magical beasts to live here. The magical beasts that grow up here are definitely much more powerful than those on the Tian-Yuan continent. It's just a pity that it's no longer as attractive to me as before." And this old snake? He's been on the beast god continent for several thousand years. Although it's impossible for him to know every corner of the continent like the back of his hand, it's not too difficult for him to spread his spies across the entire continent with his strength. Once a golden-striped silver snake appears on the beast god continent, they definitely won't be able to escape his notice. All the golden-striped silver snakes on the continent have probably been killed by this old snake. There's no need for the great newbies to remain here. Whatever. I'll go find Jianchen on 3 Saint Island. With that, newbies shot off into the distance as a golden streak of light. He did not use a space gate and instead flew through the air. He admired the scenery along the way as he leisurely made his way to 3 Saint Island. When the 8 magical beasts of the 8th step returned to their respective clans, they discovered that newbies had not harmed their clansmen. The poisonous mist he had spat out had only caused them to faint, and there was no threat to their lives. At this moment, all the clansmen who had been knocked out by the poisonous mist were already alive and kicking. Only a few weaker clansmen had not fully recovered, and their faces were as pale as paper. However, the dense forest around their tribe had been reduced to ashes by newbies' poisonous fog. Only a few strong 1,000-year-old trees were left standing in their original places, having lost their vitality. However, the 8 magical beasts that had managed to escape completely ignored the destruction of their surroundings. Seeing that their clansmen were all safe and sound, they were all extremely excited. They all secretly thanked newbies for his magnanimity, and immediately ordered their clansmen to begin collecting gold. In the end, they used a large amount of gold to create a golden statue that stood in the center of the tribe. Naturally, the statue was newbies. It was several hundred meters tall and had been personally carved by the 8 Class 8 magical beasts. They had made newbies' appearance extremely lifelike. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already stayed on 3 Saint Island for over half a month. During that time, he spent more than half of his time by Xiao Bao's side. He guided Xiao Bao in cultivation and passed on various knowledge to him, including battle techniques and so on. He had basically passed on everything he knew to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was young, but he was very sensible. He seemed to know that Jianchen would leave soon, so he treasured the time he spent with Jianchen very much. He would memorize everything Jianchen taught him and study it seriously. He worked extremely hard on cultivation as well. Due to the vast amount of cultivation resources and the fact that the early stages of the chaotic body did not require him to comprehend the laws of the world, Xiao Bao's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the 5th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. The cultivation levels of the innate chaotic body differed greatly from the normal chaotic body. The innate chaotic body was divided into 4 major realms, which were the minor achievement, partial achievement, major achievement, and great perfection. It was unlike Jianchen's normal chaotic body, which required him to shatter his core 18 times. His strength would increase by several levels each time he shattered his core. If he did not shatter his core, his strength would not increase at all. As a result, Xiao Bao could clearly sense every increase in his strength. During this time, Jianchen and the Heavenly Enchantress would chat from time to time. Even though the topic of conversation revolved around Xiao Bao, their relationship had improved slightly. Although the Heavenly Enchantress still treated Jianchen coldly, she was no longer as cold as before. The heavenly enchantress had also consumed the 5th grade violet cloud peach and comprehension tea that Jianchen had given her. He could clearly sense that the heavenly enchantress had become even more powerful than before. However, since the heavenly enchantress walked a different path, Jianchen had no idea just how powerful she had become without sparring with her. Xiao Qian, Xiao Yu, and Qin Qin were not outsiders, so they obviously received assistance from Jianchen as well. He gave them 5th grade violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea, which greatly increased their strength. Although they did not summon any rainbow clouds, the 3 of them had all become Holy Emperor, including Qin Qin. They also possessed the ability to rip open space gate. Logically speaking, Qin Qin's strength was not enough for her to become a Holy Emperor, but she had absorbed slightly more energy from the violet cloud peaches than Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu, which was why she had become a Holy Emperor in the end. Soon after her breakthrough, Qin Qin bid farewell to Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress using the excuse of missing home. She left 3 Saint Island. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu used the excuse of visiting their junior sister's family to leave with Qin Qin. In the end, only Jianchen, the heavenly enchantress, and Shangguan Aojian remained on 3 Saint Island. It immediately became even more desolate. On this day, the sun shone brightly while the sea was calm. A golden streak of light shot over from the distant horizon, heading toward 3 Saint Island with unbelievable speed. I, the great Nubis, am a magical beast. My soul is innately weaker than a human's. Even though I, the great Nubis, am a beast of antiquity, I can't change this fact, which is why I was completely suppressed by that demoness who was skilled in soul attacks. However, my strength is no longer the same as before. I'm no longer the puny class 7 from before. I'll definitely bully that demoness properly this time and avenge the humiliation from back then. Nubis flew over the sea as an evil smile appeared on his face. Back then, I, the great Nubis, was only class 7 while that demoness was only a saint ruler. Now that I've reached class 9, I'm equivalent to the Holy Emperor of the Tian Yuan continent. That demoness' strength definitely can't increase as quickly as mine. She might still be stuck at the same level as before. Her way of the zither is no longer a threat to me. I wonder what her expression will be like when she sees me, the great Nubis, display the strength of the Holy Emperor. She'll definitely be extremely shocked. Ha 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 ha. Nubis could not help but laugh aloud when he thought up to there. He had only felt fear for 2 people in his life. One of them was Old Snake from the Beast God continent, while the other was obviously the heavenly enchantress. When he had come to 3 Saint Island with Jianchen for the first time, the heavenly enchantress had scared him to the point that he had fled 1,000 kilometers away. He no longer dared to set foot on the island because her zither music was just too terrifying. Nubis felt like his body and even his soul had almost been controlled by the music, which made him feel a deep fear for the heavenly enchantress. Chapter 1423. Although Nubis did not use a space gate, he still flew very quickly through the air. His body fused with the surrounding space and shone with dazzling golden light. He shot through the air like a meteor, silently making his way to 3 Saint Island extremely quickly. Jianchen and the heavenly enchantress sensed Nubis' arrival when he was 100 kilometers away from the island. They both looked into the distance. The heavenly enchantress' eyes were cold and emotionless. Only a sliver of surprise flashed through her eyes. However, Jianchen faintly smiled. He glanced at Xiaobao, who was cultivating before him, before standing up and making his way out of the cave. With Nubis' speed, 100 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, a golden streak of light appeared in the horizon, approaching the island with unbelievable speed. In the end, it directly descended on the island, revealing the golden-robed, long-haired Nubis. It was also at this moment that Jianchen took a step forward as well. He crossed several hundred meters and appeared before Nubis. He carefully studied Nubis and said, "Your presence is much stronger than before. You must have benefited quite a lot from your trip to the Beast God continent this time. Newbies chuckled and proudly replied, "Of course. There's nothing that I, the great Newbies, can't accomplish when I personally take action. This trip to the Beast God continent is indeed extremely meaningful to me. After devouring the essence of that old snake, I feel like my great Newbie's bloodline has become even purer. Although it hasn't undergone an obvious transformation yet, it's one step closer to the next transformation." Newbies seemed to realize something as soon as he finished speaking. He immediately looked at Jianchen strangely and said, "Jianchen, what's so special about Three Saint Island that you want to stay on for so long? Have you really fallen for that demoness? Oh right, where's that demoness?" Newbies looked around, but he failed to find any traces of the heavenly enchantress. However, he soon jolted and shock filled his face. He cried out, "What did I discover? A child who's not even 10 years old is actually a saint ruler. Is this true?" Before he had even finished speaking, Newbies turned into a blur and shot toward Shangguanaojian's cave. Although Shangguanaojian's seclusion location was several kilometers away, and the path was winding, making it impossible to see that location with the naked eye, Newbies was a saint emperor after all. Nothing on the island could be hidden from him unless the person was far more powerful than him, to the point where he could not sense them. Jianchen wanted to stop him when he saw Newbies make his way to Shangguanaojian's cave, but he hesitated. This was because he knew that it was impossible for Shangguanaojian's identity to remain hidden forever. In the end, he did not stop Newbies and followed behind Newbies. Newbies moved very quickly, arriving outside Shangguanaojian's cave in the blink of an eye. Just when he was about to enter, someone moved even faster than him. With a flash, the heavenly enchantress suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave with her zither of the demonic cry, blocking Newbies' path. "Leave immediately," the heavenly enchantress coldly ordered with her back to Newbies. Her devilish figure seemed very delicate, but when she stood there, she gave people a feeling that she was unsurpassable. At this moment, her body seemed to have become a wall that separated the entire world, dividing the inside and outside of the cave into two different worlds. A gleam of light flashed through Newbies' eyes. Although he could sense that the heavenly enchantress was different from before, he was unable to tell her strength at all. However, he believed that even if her strength had increased, it would be limited. She would not be able to threaten him, so he did not take it to heart. Instead, he said loudly, "Demoness, looks like your strength has increased quite a lot in the past few years. The great Newbies, have actually let you get ahead of me in a moment of carelessness. However, Demoness, I did fear you very much in the past, but now you're as weak as an ant in my eyes. If you know what's good for you, move aside quickly. Don't block the way. Let me see the little guy inside." The heavenly enchantress' gaze immediately became even colder when she heard Newbies refer to her as a demoness. A vicious light flickered through her eyes, and she coldly said without even looking back, "Three Saint Island does not welcome you. Leave immediately," or, before the heavenly enchantress could finish speaking, Newbies interrupted her. He sniggered, "Or what? Are you going to attack me mercilessly? Come, come. The great Newbies, will take it all. I'd like to see what you can do." Jianchen had already arrived and was watching from afar. He did not interfere, only looking at Newbies in sympathy. Now that the heavenly enchantress had ingested a 5th-grade violet cloud peach, even Jianchen had no idea just how powerful she had become. However, he was certain that the heavenly enchantress was not someone Newbies could contend against. "Jianchen, have you fallen in love with this demoness for a very long time? But don't worry, I'll help you with this. I'll capture this demoness right now and make her your woman in bed," Newbies carelessly said. He did not notice the faint killing intent that had appeared in the heavenly enchantress' eyes. Newbies' last sentence had basically touched the heavenly enchantress' bottom line. Ding! Almost as soon as Newbies finished speaking, the heavenly enchantress plucked her zither. Although she had only played a single note, it was like a thunderclap in Nubiz's ears. It caused his body to violently tremble and his soul to tremble. Nubiz's face drastically changed. He stared at the heavenly enchantress in disbelief. His face was filled with disbelief. He was already a saint emperor now. Although his soul could not be compared to human saint emperors, it was without a doubt much more powerful than when he was at Class 7. However, to his shock, he discovered that his soul still struggled to block the attacks from the heavenly enchantress soul even though it had become much more powerful. "I'd like to see how you play the zither once I capture you." Nubiz made up his mind. Extending a finger, a golden thread shot out with lightning speed, forming a huge net that enveloped the heavenly enchantress. The heavenly enchantress' face was frosty. A dark light flashed through her enchanting eyes, causing people to shiver. She gently plucked the zither with a single hand, producing a series of tinkling sounds. The music seemed beautiful, but it was also as heavy as war drums at times. It was unpredictable, and with each note, visible sound waves would appear in the surroundings. As soon as Nubiz's net of golden threads came in contact with the layers of sound waves, it encountered great resistance. It was actually unable to envelop the net no matter what, and it was constantly pushed back by the sound wave. Nubiz was shocked when he saw this. The outcome was completely different from what he had imagined. He had never thought that the heavenly enchantress would be able to hold her ground against him in a head-on clash. However, before Nubiz could react, the heavenly enchantress' hand gesture changed. She plucked 7 strings at the same time, producing 7 beautiful but heavy notes that were like war drums. Every single note was accompanied by a visible sound wave, causing ripples in space. However, when Nubiz heard the 7 notes, his body violently trembled. He immediately paled. The 7 notes exploded in Nubiz's head like thunder. When the 4th note exploded in Nubiz's head, he staggered backwards uncontrollably. The 5th note made Nubiz grunt. He was already injured, staggering several dozen meters back. The 6th note made Nubiz bleed from the corner of his mouth. He staggered several hundred meters back. The 7th note made Nubiz vomit blood. His body trembled and his consciousness blurred. He had become rather unsteady. The heavenly enchantress' gaze was cold. Nubiz had crossed her bottom line, so she clearly did not plan on letting him go so easily. She placed a finger on the 8th string and was about to pluck it. Jianshan's face changed. Although he knew that the heavenly enchantress was very powerful, he had never thought that she would be this powerful. Nubiz had actually suffered such a thorough defeat despite being a holy emperor. This completely surprised him. Seeing how the heavenly enchantress still did not plan on letting Nubiz go, he immediately called out, "Stop! Don't hurt Nubiz." Chapter 14:24. Since he's humiliated me, he must pay the price. "I won't kill him, but I won't let him off so easily," the heavenly enchantress coldly said. The heavenly enchantress coldly said. She slapped the zither of the demonic cry with her fair hand, and the zither immediately shot toward Jianshan with an extremely powerful pulse of energy. As the zither shot out, it shattered space, creating a pitch-black crack in space as it flew through the air. It hung there like a black thread. The strength of the attack had actually reached the level of a holy emperor's attack and far exceeded that of a regular holy emperor's attack. Although the heavenly enchantress was skilled in the way of the zither, using music to fight her enemies, her strength was not just based on music. At the same time, even if she gave up on the music she was skilled in, her strength would still be extremely terrifying. Jianshan was stern. He did not dare to underestimate the heavenly enchantress' attack. Although he could fight against receival experts with his current battle prowess, that was only because of the azulate swords. If he gave up on the swords, his strength would be drastically reduced. However, Jianshan clearly could not use the swords against the zither of the demonic cry. A gleam of light flickered through Jianshan's eyes as chaotic force circulated within him. At the same time, a layer of dazzling white light condensed around him. It radiated with surging sword qi, forming a white barrier that enveloped Jianshan. Jianshan had already used the protective light he had comprehended from the laws of the sword to block the heavenly enchantress attack without using the swords. Just as Jianshan finished his preparations, the zither of the demonic cry approached him with tremendous energy. Jianshan suddenly struck out with his right hand, colliding with the zither of the demonic cry. Bang! The two of them collided, immediately erupting with a heavy boom. Even though the two of them had controlled their energy very well, preventing it from spreading too much and destroying the mountain, the rocks on the ground still cracked. The entire mountain shook gently. The toughness of the zither of the demonic cry was shocking. Jianshan felt like he had struck an extremely tough piece of metal with his palm strike. The powerful force caused his entire right arm to become slightly numb while his body began to stagger back uncontrollably from the force. The zither of the demonic cry came to a halt, having been stopped by Jianshan. However, it did not return to the heavenly enchantress hand. Instead, it hovered in the air without moving. At this moment, Jianshan smelled a fragrance. The heavenly enchantress had appeared before Nubis with lightning speed as a violet streak of light. She gently struck Nubis' chest with her palm. Her true intentions were only to teach Nubis a lesson. Attacking Jianshan with the zither of the demonic cry was only to keep Jianshan busy. Nubis' soul had yet to recover from the effects of the zither. He stood there blankly as his mind was in a mess. As a result, he was unable to block the heavenly enchantress' palm strike. He was blown far away by the heavenly enchantress' gentle palm strike. He flew several hundred meters before falling to the ground. He then rolled down the cliff in an extremely horrible fashion. Jianshan gently sighed as he watched Nubis roll down the cliff. He felt rather helpless. Of all the people Nubis could have offended, he just had to offend the heavenly enchantress whose strength he was unable to discern. He was just asking for trouble. Jianshan did not help Nubis. He allowed him to smash through rocks and crush weeds as he rolled down the cliff. With his body as a Class 9 magical beast, a collision like this would not be able to harm him too much. However, his appearance was just a little too horrible, which was detrimental to his status as the Holy Emperor. However, the strength the heavenly enchantress had displayed surprised Jianshan. He believed that this was not her full strength either. The heavenly enchantress left with the zither of the demonic cry with a sunken face, leaving Jianshan standing there helplessly. Nubis had already woken up at the foot of the mountain. His wounds were not severe, but his confidence had taken a heavy blow. He stood there dejectedly as deep fear had reappeared in the depths of his eyes. Especially when he saw the clearly crushed weeds that extended in a straight line from the top of the mountain to the front of him. He even had the thought of killing himself. Demonis, Demonis, what a terrifying Demonis! Nubis no longer dared to stay on Three Saint Island. As soon as he woke up, he did not stay any longer, immediately fleeing the island. At the same time, he said to Jianshan through a communication technique, "Brother, I'll be going first. I'll wait for you 10,000 kilometers away." Jianshan shook his head with a bitter smile as he watched Nubis flee. He then returned to the cave to watch over Xiao Bao. Afterward, Jianshan remained on Three Saint Island for a few more days. After Xiao Bao completely grasped the knowledge he had imparted to him, Jianshan knew that it was time for him to leave. The next day, Jianshan bid farewell to Xiao Bao and the heavenly enchantress. He left behind another batch of heavenly resources for Xiao Bao's cultivation before leaving Three Saint Island without any hesitation. He flew toward the vast sea. Jianshan also left behind a total of 10 fifth-grade violet cloud peaches for the mother and son. Along with the same amount of comprehension tea leaves, it was enough for them to use for 500 years. "Father, you have to come back and visit me soon. I'll be waiting for you here." Xiao Bao waved at Jianshan as he stood on Three Saint Island. He didn't get a reply from his father. His father had already disappeared into the horizon, and there was no trace of him. The heavenly enchantress also stared blankly in the direction that Jianchen had vanished in. Her emotions were mixed, and no one knew what she was thinking. 10,000 kilometers away, Jianchen reunited with Nubes. Although several days had already passed, Nubes still seemed rather dispirited. Clearly, he still had not recovered from what had happened a few days ago. Jianchen, I, the great Nubes, swear that I will never go to Three Saint Island again. I never want to see that demoness again, Nubes said resentfully as soon as he saw Jianchen. Everything that had happened a few days ago was unforgettable to Nubes. He would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. Back when he had gone to Three Saint Island from the Beast God continent, he had been filled with pride and confidence, but the end result was horrible. Jianchen was stunned when he heard that. He then broke into laughter and said, "I'm going to the Beast God continent. Are you coming?" Nubes was surprised. He immediately became interested. The Beast God continent? Is it the Beast God Hall? You want the young winged tiger to enter the Beast God Hall to accept the legacy? That's right, Jianchen replied confidently. He was at ease. I, the great Nubes, have never seen what the Beast God Hall looks like. I'll go with you this time. Even if we're surrounded by 3 Class 9 magical beasts, I won't be afraid, Nubes chuckled. Chapter 1425. The Beast God Hall was located at the center of the Beast God continent. A majestic hall hovered 10,000 meters in the air, shining brightly. The hall was extremely large, reaching 10,000 meters in length, width, and height. It seemed like a small city. The Divine Hall was known as the Beast God Hall. It possessed an irreplaceable status on the Beast God continent because it had been forged from the essence of the earth by the winged tiger in ancient times. It was a sacred place in the hearts of all magical beasts on the Beast God continent, as well as a place where the experts of the continent cultivated. There were a total of 99 floors in the Beast God Hall. Each floor was 100 meters long and each floor was extremely large. Aside from the 99th floor, which no one could enter, the other 98 floors were occupied by the 98 most powerful people of the continent. The top 3 floors were where the 3 Class 9 experts of the continent cultivated. However, the Beast God continent had suffered heavy losses from the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. The 99th floor of the Beast God Hall had become much more spacious. Over 2/3 of it was unoccupied. A person sat on each floor of the 96th, 97th, and 98th floors. They were the 3 most powerful people on the Beast God continent: the Holy Emperor, the Tiger Emperor, the Pring Emperor, and Kaiser. However, the 3 of them were sickly pale right now. They were haggard and weak. The 3 of them had suffered heavy injuries in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. Without the treatment of Radiant Saint Masters, they would not be able to recover in a short amount of time, even with their powerful cultivation as Class 9 magical beasts. However, at this moment, the 3 of them suddenly snapped open their eyes at the same time. They stared in the same direction with shining eyes. Their gazes seemed to be able to pierce through the obstruction of the Divine Hall and clearly see the world outside. At the same time, 100 kilometers away from the Beast God Hall, the calm space suddenly rippled. Afterwards, a space gate rapidly appeared, and Nubes and the white-robed Jianchen walked out side by side. They hovered 10,000 meters in the air and had a wide field of vision. Even though the Beast God continent was covered in mountains, they could still clearly see the huge, majestic Divine Hall from 100 kilometers away. Is this the Beast God Temple? Although I, the great Nubes, am a beastman, this is the first time I've seen the supreme temple of Paragon in the hearts of all beastmen. Nubes murmured as he stared at the temple in the distance. He had been here once before, but because he was afraid of the 3 holy emperor of the beast race, he didn't set foot here. Jianchen also studied the Beast God Temple. The Beast God Temple before him was 10,000 meters in length, width, and height. The entire Divine Hall seemed like a cube, which made it seem rather different from the other Divine Halls. However, although its appearance was nothing special, Jianchen could clearly sense an extremely terrifying pulse of energy within the Beast God Temple. The pulse of energy was so powerful that it even surprised him. The Beast God Temple is definitely much more powerful than Poseidon's Supreme Divine Hall, Jianchen thought. At that moment, he could not help but compare the Beast God Temple to the Supreme Divine Hall in Mercenary City. The Beast God Temple had been created by one of the 4 supreme experts of ancient times, the Winged Tiger, while the Supreme Divine Hall in Mercenary City had been left behind by the greatest human expert, Mo Tianyun. The 2 divine halls possessed extraordinary significance on their respective continents. They were the greatest creations of humans and magical beasts. Although I've been to the divine hall left behind by Senior Mo Tianyun before, I was just too weak back then. Although I could sense that the divine hall was extraordinary, I was unable to see through it as clearly as I can now, Jianchen thought. He could not help but think of the floating divine hall he had seen when he first met Tianjian. Jianchen and Nubis flew towards the Beast God Temple together. Before the 2 of them could approach the divine hall, 3 figures flew out at the same time. They all stared at the 2 of them. The 3 of them were the strongest experts of the Beast God continent. Aside from the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong, who smiled indifferently, Kaiser and Lankiros both had extremely sunken faces. They were very ugly. If Jianchen was still the Jianchen of the past, just his identity as a human would have been enough to shatter him to pieces, let alone his grievances with the 2 experts of the Beast God Hall. However, his great strength had given Jianchen the ability to look down on the world. Even though they had grievances with Jianchen in the past, Kaiser and Lankiros dared not say anything when they saw Jianchen swagger his way towards the Beast God Temple. They did not dare to do anything even though they were furious. So it's Sovereign Jianchen. Our Peng clan welcomes Sovereign Jianchen on behalf of the Beast God continent. If Sovereign Jianchen needs any help from us, please feel free to let us know. The Holy Emperor of the Peng clan clasped his hands at Jianchen and smiled. He was neither haughty nor humble. Then he glanced past the sunken Kaiser and Lankiros and seemed to take pleasure in their misfortune. Jianchen had an extremely good impression of the Peng Emperor. He even felt a sliver of admiration for him because he was the only one of the 3 holy emperors who had not gotten involved with Xiaobai. At the same time, the Peng Emperor had not made things difficult for Jianchen when they fought over the Saint's Fruit on the Tian Yuan continent. At the same time, the Peng Emperor was the only one of the 3 holy emperors who had sacrificed himself in the battle against the world of forsaken saints. He was the only great holy emperor who had fought until the very end. Jianchen exchanged some pleasantries with the Peng Emperor before looking at Kaiser and Lankiros. He smiled faintly. Looking at your expressions, you don't seem to welcome my arrival. Kaiser and Lankiros clenched their teeth as they stood there with sunken faces. Even though they were extremely furious about Jianchen's arrival and did not welcome Jianchen, they dared not say anything. It was even more impossible for them to yield to Jianchen because they were supreme experts. They had their own pride. Nubis immediately sneered when he saw this. He took a step forward and said, "2 Class 9 experts, are you really not going to welcome us brothers here? According to the rules of the Beast God continent, are you going to chase us out?" With that, a tremendous presence radiated from Nubis. His strength as a Class 9 expert was on full display. The 3 emperors' expressions all changed. They finally shifted their gazes from Jianchen to Nubis. They had been completely focused on Jianchen earlier, so they had subconsciously overlooked Nubis' existence. Only now did they discover in surprise that Nubis was also a Class 9 magical beast. Kaiser and Lankiros looked at each other. They could see deep helplessness and grievance in each other's eyes. In the past, they had always been the ones to bully others. They had never been like this before. A great enemy had come to their lair, yet they dared not say anything. They were afraid that they would bring disaster upon themselves. Chapter 1426. The beast god hall before us was left behind by the winged tiger from ancient times. It has a total of 99 floors, and only other winged tigers of ancient times can enter the 99th floor. It's said that the winged tiger's legacy is inside, but no one has ever set foot inside after countless years, so the 99th floor has always been sealed. The only way to enter is from the inside, the Holy Emperor of the Pung clan explained. Kaiser's face became even more sunken. His gaze toward the winged tiger now contained a sliver of extremely well-hidden killing intent. He obviously knew why Jianchen had come to the Beast God Hall, but he had once caused the death of the young winged tiger's father, so he had become mortal enemies with the winged tiger. If the winged tiger obtained the legacy, he would not be able to survive. This was because he had a blood feud with the winged tiger. "Thank you for telling me, Senior." Jianchen clasped his hands at the Pring Emperor before making his way to the Beast God Hall with newbies. "Stop. As a human, you are not allowed to set foot in the Supreme Beast God Hall, or you will be blaspheming the entire Beast God continent. You will be trampling on the dignity of our continent," Lankiros said with an ugly expression. "If you want to stop me, feel free to come," Jian Wushuang replied coldly. He walked towards the Beast God Hall with firm step. He had no intentions of stopping. Newbies followed beside Jianchen. He was extremely excited. Kaiser and Lankiros stared at Jianchen's back as they gritted their teeth. In the end, they could only watch as Jianchen entered the 98th floor of the Beast God Hall. There was nothing they could do. They no longer possessed the strength to stop Jianchen. The Holy Emperor of the Pung clan, Sangqiong, glanced at Kaiser and Lankiros deeply. He gently sighed inside before entering the 98th floor as well. King and the Tiger Emperor stood there with gloomy expressions. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty, but they didn't enter. "Right now, even if the two of us work together, we still aren't a match for Jianchen. Although Jianchen won't take our lives, there's still the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. As long as Jianchen is here, we can't do anything to the winged tiger. Once the winged tiger obtains the beast god's legacy and steps into Class 9, the two of us probably won't be a match for him even if we work together," Lankiros transmitted. He was very heavy inside. After a moment of silence, Kaiser replied, "Although we had some grievances with Jianchen in the past, it wasn't to the point where it couldn't be resolved. At the same time, we did our best in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, so Jianchen didn't kill us. However, the winged tiger is different. After all, we basically killed its father. Our grievances with the winged tiger can't be resolved. It's just a pity that we can't directly control the Beast God Hall, or dealing with Jianchen would be much easier. All we can do now is leave the Beast God continent. The world is only so big. It won't be difficult for an Origin Realm expert to find us, so where can we run to?" Lankiros asked. "If we hide, Jianchen won't be able to find us in a short amount of time. I believe that the next wave of attacks from the world of Forsaken Saints will arrive soon. Jianchen is very powerful, but he's definitely not the opponent of the sovereigns from the world of Forsaken Saint. It's unknown whether he and the winged tiger can survive the next battle. As long as they're dead, there's nothing for us to fear. However, we need to find a place to hide during this period of time. The best place right now is the most dangerous place on the Tian Yuan continent, the Death Nest." Kaiser gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with humiliation. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be forced to leave the Beast God continent and the territory under his rule. "There's no time to lose. Let's go right now." Kaiser and Lankiros concealed their presences and carefully left the place. They were afraid that they would alarm Jianchen. However, what they did not know was that Jianchen, who was still in the Beast God Hall, had suddenly turned his head and glanced in their direction as soon as they moved. He had already sensed their intentions. "Jianchen, the two Class 9 overlords have a blood feud with the tiger cub. Are we just going to let them leave like this?" Newbies asked Jianchen. Clearly, He had sensed Kaiser and Lankiro's departure as well. Xiaobai is the winged tiger of ancient times after all. He doesn't need us to interfere with the feud of his father's death. Once Xiaobai truly matures, he'll need to personally take revenge and kill his enemy, Jianchen said softly. He was not afraid that Kaiser and Lankiros would vanish. The world was not particularly vast to Origin Realm expert. Since they've already left, it's equivalent to giving up on the Beast God continent. The 97th and 98th floors of the Beast God Hall have become ownerless. Jianchen, there's still some wealth that they haven't taken away. It's all yours now, said Sangqiong. He sighed inside. In the past, Kaiser and Lankiros had led the experts of the Beast God continent to invade the Tian Yuan continent and forced Jianchen to flee. In the end, they ended up in the Sea Realm. Yet now, Jianchen had forced Kaiser and Lankiros to give up on a large portion of the Beast God continent and flee. What a reversal of fortune. There's no hurry. Let's let the White Tiger go to the 99th floor for now, and then we can slowly check what they've left behind, Jianchen said. He strolled through the 98th floor of the Beast God Hall at a steady pace. However, he sighed inside because the energy of the world was extremely dense on the 98th floor. It was almost 100 times denser than the energy of the outside world. It was much denser than the energy of the 10 protector clans. No wonder the Beast God continent has 3 holy emperors, while the humans only had one in the past, and that one only broke through after creating a different path of cultivation. Looks like all the mysteries lie here. If you cultivate in the Beast God Hall for a long period of time, your rate of improvement will be incomparable to those of the outside world, Jianchen thought. The Holy Emperor of the Peng clan led the way for Jianchen. He directly led Jianchen to the entrance to the 99th floor. Although the Peng Emperor had always been cultivating on the 97th floor, every floor of the Beast God Hall was roughly the same, which was why the Peng Emperor was extremely familiar with this place. Under the Peng Emperor's lead, Jianchen passed through many corridors before finally arriving at the entrance to the highest floor. Chapter 1427. This teleportation formation was a very large diagram with a diameter of 50 meters. It was carved on the ground and looked very mysterious. Although it was in a static state, if one looked closely, it seemed to be constantly rotating. If one was too engrossed in it, they would even feel a sudden suction force coming from the teleportation formation, pulling their souls as if they were going to be sucked into the teleportation formation. Jianchen studied the teleportation formation for a while and gradually became stern. It was not like he had never seen teleportation formations before. He even possessed a teleportation formation diagram from the Divine Hall of the Underworld sect. However, none of the teleportation formations he had seen were as profound as the one in the Beast God Hall. Even Jianchen would feel dizzy if he became too engrossed in the teleportation formation. He was extremely surprised by this. After all, the strength of his soul was incomparable to the past, yet it did not even have the right to peek at the secrets of the teleportation formation. This could only mean that the teleportation formation was of too high a level. Looks like this is the teleportation formation to the 99th floor. I've only seen the existence of this teleportation formation in a few ancient records. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Sangqiong sighed emotionally as he studied the teleportation formation curiously. According to the records, this teleportation formation contains a supreme killing formation. It will kill any expert who tries to destroy it or activate it. No matter how powerful they are, even if they have reached the apex of this world, they won't be able to withstand a single blow from the killing formation. Their souls will be wiped out in a single instance. Once the teleportation formation is activated, the killing formation will erupt as well. Only the winged tiger can survive in it, the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan continued. He stared at the teleportation formation with some surprise and doubt. Then what if an Origin Realm expert enters? Jianchen asked. The Holy Emperor of the Pung clan frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, "According to the records, the apex of this world can't withstand a single blow from the killing formation. I just wonder if the apex of this world is the Holy Emperor or the Origin Realm. If the Origin Realm is included, then it'll probably possess the terrifying power to destroy Origin Realm experts." Newbies smiled in a noncommittal manner when he heard that. He said, "Who passed down this information in the records? They actually praised the killing formation to be so powerful that it can even kill Origin Realm experts." "Obviously the winged tiger," replied the Holy Emperor of the Pung clan. Newbies was stunned when he heard that. He immediately became stern. "Only the bloodline of the winged tiger can activate the teleportation formation. Jianshan, you better let the winged tiger out. He'll have to rely on himself for what happens next." "None of us can help him," said Songqiong. Out of the 3 holy emperors of the magical beasts, he was the only holy emperor who supported Xiaobai. The white tiger had awakened from its cultivation several days ago. It had also received orders from Jianshan that he would take it to the Beast God Hall to obtain the legacy of the ancient divine beast. As a result, it had remained in the artifact space, waiting for Jianshan's news. Jianshan immediately notified the artifact spirit to let Xiaobai out. Jianshan had allowed Xiaobai to remain in the artifact space the entire time because he wanted to prevent Kaiser from setting up any traps on the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall. With a flash of golden light, the white tiger appeared on the 98th floor of the Beast God Hall. It could freely control the size of its body, so it was only a meter-long cub. Its fur was snow-white, and it shone with a hazy, white light. Every single strand of its fur pulsed with a powerful energy, as if any single strand of its fur could become a weapon that could harm people at will. Especially on its back, there were 2 folded divine wings that were tightly pressed against its back. There were simple and unadorned markings on them. They looked ordinary, but they also seemed to hide the profound mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This time, Rum Guinness, who had been in seclusion for many years in the artifact space, had appeared as well. In the past few years, Rum Guinness' strength had undergone an overwhelming change. In the past, she was only a Class 7 magical beast, but now, she had become a Class 8 expert and had reached the 7th heavenly layer. Rum Guinness' strength had increased to such a level in such a short amount of time because of the comprehension tea tree and the violet cloud peach. The Holy Emperor of the Pung clan, Songqiong, naturally recognized the mother of the winged tiger. He nodded at Rum Guinness in a friendly manner and no longer paid any attention to her. Instead, he focused his attention on the winged tiger. "Us beasts can assume human form as long as we reach the 7th step. There are even some unique races that don't need to reach the 7th step to assume human form. I never thought that the winged tiger god would still maintain its beast form even though it's already at the 8th step. According to the records, the winged tiger god of the ancient times had always maintained his beast form in front of the world. Could it be that none of the ancient divine beasts were able to take human form?" Songqiong muttered to himself with a trace of doubt and confusion in his eyes. The white tiger glanced at the teleportation formation before looking at Jianshan and Rum Guinness. Its eyes were filled with reliance and affection. It did not step into the teleportation formation immediately. Jianshan rubbed the white tiger's furry head out of habit. His gaze became gentle, and he said gently, "Little White, this is your fortune. You can only rely on yourself for the future. We can't provide you with any assistance. Go and accept the legacy of your ancient divine beast. You still have to avenge your father's death. You need to avenge yourself. Child, your father is watching over you from above. You can't disappoint him. You have to obtain the great legacy of the beast god," Rum Guinness said emotionally with tears in her eyes. The white tiger's gaze immediately became determined when it saw the tears in Rum Guinness' eyes. It produced a deep roar before turning around and entering the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation had been activated by a droplet of the white tiger's blood. It immediately lit up, shining with a dazzling white light that drowned out the white tiger's entire body. At the same time, the supreme killing formation hidden in the teleportation formation appeared as well, isolating the space where the teleportation formation was from the outside world. Immediately, an extremely terrifying killing light descended from the sky, enveloping the space where the teleportation formation was. Chapter 1428. At that moment, Jianshan could not help but think of the Spirit King. If he were to compare the Spirit King to the light, the result would astound Jianshan. The Spirit King would not be able to put up any resistance at all. In the end, he would be completely obliterated by the terrifying light. The war god, Ruijin, once said that the winged tiger has already surpassed the limits of life and can live as long as the world. That's the symbol of godhood. Is this the strength of godhood? Jianshan asked himself. The terrifying light had greatly shocked him. Now, he finally believed that the ancient records were not exaggerating at all. Once the teleportation formation was activated by someone other than the winged tiger, they would be wiped out even if their strength had reached the apex. The apex did not refer to the peak of the Holy Emperor. Instead, it included the origin realm. The expressions of the Holy Emperor and newbies drastically changed as well. They could obviously sense the terror of the killing formation. Just a sliver of its presence was enough to make them shiver in fear. If they were to face it directly, they no longer dared to imagine the final result. Rum Guinness was in an even worse state. She staggered back several dozen steps as her face became extremely pale. She was filled with fear. The way of slaughter. The winged tiger has actually comprehended the way of slaughter to such a profound level. He's not from this world, so who is he? Does he come from? At the same time, the sword spirits murmured to themselves. They were stern. The terrifying light descended from the sky and swept through the teleportation formation as if it wanted to destroy everything there. However, when the light landed on the white tiger, it passed through its body. It did not harm the white tiger at all. In the end, the light vanished when it came into contact with the ground of the 98th floor of the Beast God Hall, leaving no traces behind. At the same time, the teleportation formation finished charging up and sent the white tiger away. With a few cracks, the huge teleportation formation on the ground shattered. After leaving the 98th floor of the Beast God Hall, the white tiger discovered that it had appeared in outer space. As far as the eye could see, there were countless stars shining with resplendent starlight. Huge meteors would shoot through the vast space from time to time at unbelievable speeds, either disappearing into the ends of space or colliding with the stars and being destroyed. Slaughter, the ruler of life, surpasses all living things, stepping on the fates of all living things. Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out from the void, reverberating continuously beside the little white tiger's ears like a great bell. If you want to comprehend the way of slaughter, you must comprehend the origin of life first. Yang from extreme, yin and yang. The way of slaughter is death, and the origin of life is life. If life and death are singular, yin and yang will clash. Only when life and death are balanced can a true way be formed. Suddenly, the white tiger's surroundings changed. A huge planet appeared before him. The planet was barren, and it was deathly silent. There was no presence of life at all. He seemed to have experienced an endless amount of time there, but it also seemed like it had happened in the blink of an eye. He had no idea how much time had passed. Under the countless cycles of yin and yang, a few strange pulses gradually appeared on the huge planet. These pulses all originated from the rocks on the planet or from some natural climate. In the end, they all formed strange life forms. Some of them were formed from rocks, some of them were condensed from rain, and some of them were born from the wind. From then on, the dead planet possessed its first life forms. Afterwards, after an unknown amount of time, green plants gradually appeared on the planet. As the sun and moon alternated, some of the plants became spirits, forming another strange life form. After an endless amount of time, these life forms formed from rocks, plants, wind, and rain began to evolve. After an endless amount of time, they formed many powerful races. The dead planet was now filled with life. Among these races, the white tiger suddenly discovered the magical beasts that he was extremely familiar with. For a moment, the life of the planet reached its peak. However, at this moment, a world-ending catastrophe descended. A terrifying rain of fire flew from the sky, riddling this planet full of vitality with thousands of holes. The entire planet suffered huge damage. The ground collapsed, mountains collapsed, tsunamis surged, and magma erupted, exterminating all life on the planet. In the blink of an eye, the planet was reduced to a dead planet once more. There was no sign of life at all. After that, the planet began to fall silent. However, after an endless amount of time, a new life form was born again. Gradually, the planet began to grow again, slowly returning to its former peak. Just as the planet began to flourish again, a huge meteor flew over one day and slammed into the planet viciously. It immediately shattered the planet. The terrifying impact wiped out all life on the planet. From then on, the great planet was divided into several smaller planets, all of which floated silently in the void of space. However, after an endless amount of time, a new life form gradually appeared on the smaller planet. However, in the end, they all walked towards destruction time and time again. Some came from natural disasters, while some came from the problems of the life forms themselves. It was like they were going through reincarnation after reincarnation, playing out various stories. The white tiger watched all of this quietly. His eyes were filled with confusion. However, time seemed to pass extremely quickly in the void of space. In the blink of an eye, an endless amount of time would pass. Scenes like this played out time and time again, alternating between life and death. After who knew how much time had passed, the white tiger's eyes were no longer as confused as before. Instead, they gradually brightened. They shone with light. Vaguely, he seemed to understand something. The end of life, even death. Even death, is the beginning of life. Once life reaches the peak and evolves to the limit, everything will move in the opposite direction. Similarly, once death reaches the limit, there will be hope for life. Life and death are like yin and yang. They exist at the same time and harmonize with each other. They cannot be separated. Little White Tiger clearly understood this principle. At this moment, it felt its primordial spirit growing rapidly and undergoing a qualitative transformation. Once you understand life and death, you have to comprehend the truth of life and death and obtain the origin of life and death. The voice rang out once again, causing the entire void of space to tremble. The white tiger felt the world spin. When he returned to his senses, he discovered that he was already on a planet brimming with life. He had turned into a herb that grew in the mountains. Before long, he was picked by a medicine farmer and turned into a bowl of medicine. He saved a person on the verge of death, ending his life and saving another person. Afterwards, the white tiger turned into a person, a bird, and various plants in the mountains. He experienced life and death time and time again, comprehending the truth of life and death and obtaining the origin of life and death. Every life and death was like a reincarnation. Every life and death was an accumulation. Gradually, the white tiger understood more and more. His understanding of life and death became deeper and deeper. Chapter 1429. His soul rapidly rose once again, undergoing a major metamorphosis. It was ascending. 2 specks of light appeared in his soul. He had comprehended the truth of life and death and obtained the origin seeds of life and death. One of them represented death, while the other represented life. The illusion shattered, and the planet beneath him vanished. The cosmos shattered as well. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he discovered that he had reappeared in the Beast God Hall. This floor was very different from the 98th floor he was on. In the center of this floor, a white tiger statue with a pair of wings on its back stood there quietly. Its divine wings were completely spread open, as if they could cover the sky and cover the sun, and also as if they had the power to tear the heavens and earth apart. There was a 100-meter-tall platform at the end of the hall. There was only a throne on the platform. Aside from that, there was nothing else on the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall. The second CU Tiger Emperor in the world, you've finally come. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time already. At this moment, a vigorous voice rang out in the white tiger's ears. A white-clothed person hovered a meter off the ground beside the white tiger. He was enveloped by a layer of gentle white light, obscuring his face. The little white tiger let out a low growl as it sized up the person whose face it could not see clearly. However, it felt an extremely amiable aura from the other party. Correct, I am the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. However, the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, is a name given to me by others. Our true identities are actually the CU Tiger Emperors, also known as the White Tiger Emperor. The CU Tiger Emperors were born from the world. They were born from the world, so they were bestowed by the world. They were not born from everything in the world like the innate spirit. The CU Tiger Emperors are true emperors. They possess one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world, rarely appearing even once every 10 million years. They possess the potential bestowed by the world, and they can catch up to the ancestral dragon. They have the potential to become existences comparable to Grand Exalt. I am the first CU Tiger Emperor born in 8 million years. My hometown is not here, but somewhere extremely far away. I love my hometown very much, but in the end I was forced to leave this place that I missed so much. Back then, when I came to this world, I comprehended something and fused with the world. I resonated with the laws of the world and glimpsed the origin of the laws. I predicted that in 1,000,000 years, a second CU Tiger Emperor would be born here, so I left behind my legacy to assist the future. The Sacred Feather Tiger Emperor is worthy of being called the Emperor of the White Tigers. It was once rare to see one in tens of millions of years. Now, a second one has appeared in just a short 1,000,000 years. It has overturned history and symbolizes the arrival of an unprecedented and grand age. He was dressed in white and exuded a holy white light. It was impossible to see his face clearly as he slowly walked in front of the little white tiger. He gently stroked the little white tiger's head and continued, "This is an essence spirit clone that I left behind back then. It has existed since ancient times, but it can't hold on for much longer and is about to dissipate. The second sacred feathered tiger emperor in the world. Properly comprehend the way of massacre here. You can only leave this place when you have truly stepped into the way of massacre. We will meet again in the future." The little white tiger looked at the person whose face could not be seen clearly, and it let out a low growl with a determined look in its eyes. This world has already been sealed. It can stop anyone from reaching the origin realm, but it can't seal off spirits born of the world, nor can it seal off the powerful bloodline of the CU Tiger Emperor. As a result, you won't encounter any obstructions when you reach the origin realm. Once you are powerful enough in the future, go to the higher world with your companion. You can learn about the information there from your friend, the second CU Tiger Emperor in the world. Grow up well. Although we possess a powerful bloodline that can rival the ancestral dragon and rival Grand Exalts in the future, we were born in a flourishing age. There will definitely be many experts in the future. We need to work together and kill our way back home. I am about to disperse and step onto the throne to receive my legacy. With that last sentence, the white-robed person dispersed into a rain of light. In the blink of an eye, the 99th floor fell silent. The white tiger stared blankly at where the white-robed person had vanished from. Only after a long while did his gaze finally land on the throne before him. He slowly made his way over. As soon as he leapt onto the throne, the entire Beast God Hall violently shook. At that moment, the terrifying energy within the Beast God Hall began to rampage. It gathered from all directions before surging toward the mysterious 99th floor. The white tiger's body violently shook. He immediately closed his eyes and lay on the throne, sinking into a deep state of cultivation. All the supreme energy that had gathered on the 99th floor was poured into the throne. The tyrannical, murderous energy began to become docile after being converted by the throne before being absorbed by the white tiger. As a result, the white tiger's strength began to increase at an unbelievable rate. At the same time, the white tiger's consciousness entered a different world. He began to comprehend the way of slaughter left behind by the previous winged tiger. The two specks of light that represented life and death flickered in his soul. They slowly strengthened as the white tiger comprehended the way of slaughter. The shaking of the Beast God Hall roused all the magical beasts cultivating there. Afterward, the energy within the Beast God Hall violently surged, forming a terrifying pressure that even Class 8 magical beasts struggled to endure. It even caused some of the Class 8 magical beasts that had yet to recover from their injuries in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints to vomit blood. Their wounds became even more severe. What's happening? Why is the Beast God Hall giving off such a terrifying pressure? The supreme energy in the Divine Hall is unstable. Something's wrong. Something's happening to the Divine Hall. Oh no, the pressure is rapidly strengthening. If this continues, I'll be injured by the pressure sooner or later. I need to leave immediately. At this moment, the expressions of all the magical beasts that were still cultivating in the Beast God Hall changed drastically. They flew out of the Beast God Hall in shock and confusion. They all hovered outside as they stared at the colossal Divine Hall that reached into the clouds before them in surprise and doubt. Everyone, please remain calm. The great winged tiger of our magical beasts has returned. He has entered the mysterious 99th floor to receive his legacy. The abnormality of the Beast God Hall should be because of this, the white tiger said calmly. Chapter 1430. The Class 8 magical beasts all raised their heads when they heard that. Their gazes toward the holy emperor of the Pling clan were filled with respect. This was respect for a Class 9 expert. However, when they heard that the great winged tiger had already entered the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall and was accepting the legacy, all of them became overjoyed. The ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, was a god in the eyes of the magical beasts. It had left behind an undefeatable presence in the past, but this presence had diminished with the passage of time. As a result, very few magical beasts treated the winged tiger as a god anymore. There were even 2 emperors who wanted to possess the winged tiger. However, the world now faced the threat of the world of Forsaken Saint. All of them had personally witnessed the foreign world's strength. It was impossible to stop them without an Origin Realm expert. The war gods of the 100 races had returned. The humans had Jianshan and the Sea Realm had Poseidon. Out of the 4 races in the world, 3 of them had Origin Realm experts. Only the magical beasts did not. As a result, the magical beasts that had originally suppressed the 100 races and the humans had suddenly become the weakest race. As a result, the return of the winged tiger at such a crucial time naturally made all the magical beasts extremely excited. A portion of their excitement was not because of the winged tiger's identity as an ancient divine beast. Instead, it was because the winged tiger's existence had allowed the magical beasts to maintain their former status. Only a very small number of people still worshipped the winged tiger as a god. The holy emperor of the Pung clan, Sangqiong, spoke again. Now, the emperor wishes to announce an important matter. 2 of the 3 kings of our beast god continent, the winged tiger and Kaiser, have fled out of fear for their crimes. They have left the Beast God Hall. From today onwards, the 2 of them are no longer members of our magical beast. Now, the Emperor officially announces that Lankiros and Kaiser are wanted. Once you find any traces of them, report it immediately. Song Qiong's words immediately caused quite a commotion. The Beast God continent was divided into 3 regions. Kaiser, Lankiros, and Song Qiong each ruled over a region, becoming the rulers of the Beast God continent. They were the most powerful existences on the Beast God continent. Now that Song Qiong had directly issued an arrest warrant for the other 2 rulers, it immediately stunned everyone. However, no one dared to voice out their doubts. At this time, the 2 great overlords, King and Tiger Emperor, were nowhere to be seen. This already explained some things. And now that the winged tiger had begun to accept the inheritance, all of them understood in their hearts that from now on, they would no longer be loyal to the original 3 supremes, but to the great beast god, the winged tiger. Therefore, even though some of the 8th stage powerhouses were subordinates of the Tiger Emperor and King, they all maintained their silence at this special moment. Song Qiong looked at Jianchen, and his dignified expression immediately vanished. He smiled at Jianchen, Sovereign Jianchen, who knows how long it'll take for the winged tiger's inheritance to be completed. Why don't you stay in the Beast God Hall for now, so that I can play host to you? Jianchen thought about it and declined Song Qiong's invitation. He had no idea how long it would take for the white tiger's inheritance to be completed. It would be fine if it took a few days, but if it took several years or even longer, he could not afford to wait that long because he still had many matters to attend to. At the same time, the white tiger was on the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall, so no one could threaten his safety. Afterward, Jianchen returned to the Beast God Hall under Song Qiong's lead. He went around the floor where Kaiser and Tiger Emperor resided and found their treasury. He took away everything that caught his eye. Jianchen found a large number of high-class monster cores in the 2 Holy Emperors' treasury, as well as a few ruler armaments and king armaments that they had collected. Jianchen even found a complete Saint Tier battle skill and 3 Emperor armaments in the 2 Class 9 magical beasts treasury. The Saint Tier battle skill and the 3 Emperor armaments all possessed the presence of time. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years they had been there? The 2 items were treasures to humans, but to magical beasts, they did not have much use other than as a collection. However, to Jianchen's disappointment, he failed to find anything that could interest him in the 2 Holy Emperors' treasury. Jianchen and Nubis left the Beast God Hall together, but Rum Guinness remained behind. She insisted on waiting for her child to come out. Jianchen stood on the Ziying sword on the Beast God continent. He slowed down and flew alongside Nubis. A cold light flickered through his eyes. He would stop and scan the surroundings with the senses of his soul after flying a certain distance, as if he was searching for something. Jianchen, what are you looking for? Nubis asked out of curiosity. Back in the Sea Realm, one of the people who killed the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan managed to escape. He's called Li Fengxing, and he's from the Beast God continent, Jianchen said. He had come to the Beast God continent this time for 2 reasons. The first was for the White Tiger to enter the Beast God Hall and accept the legacy of the Beast God. The second reason was obviously to find Li Fengxing, who had escaped from the Sea Realm. Jianchen had never forgotten about the person who had killed the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan. However, the Beast God continent was a place he could not set foot on in the past. Only now did he possess the strength to not fear the 3 holy emperors of the Beast God continent, so he could set foot on this foreign land. Jianchen's senses of his soul could cover a range of over 200,000 kilometers in a single moment, and this was not his limit. Even an ant over 100,000 kilometers away would not be able to escape his senses. He could even send his senses underground to search for things hidden underground. The Beast God continent was vast, but it was not difficult for Jianchen to find someone if he made up his mind. It would just take a little more time and effort. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already searched the Beast God continent for 3 days. During those 3 days, he had searched every inch of the Beast God continent. He had basically searched half of the continent already. Although he still had not found any traces of Li Fengxing, Jianchen was not in a hurry at all. In just a few more days, I'll be able to search every inch of the Beast God continent. As long as Li Fengxing is still on the Beast God continent, he won't be able to escape my search. If he's not there, I'll go to the Tian Yuan continent and search the 100 races. If I still can't find him, I'll search the entire world once my soul reaches the origin realm, Jianchen thought. He definitely would not spare Li Fengxing like he did with Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor. Kaiser and the Tiger Emperor had worked hard in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints even if they had not made any contributions. As a result, his enmity with the two of them was written off. However, this was only because he did not kill the two of them. Their enmity with Jianchen had already been set aside. At the same time, they were enemies of the White Tiger. Jianchen and newbies passed through the places their senses had searched and arrived in a new region. The powerful senses of their souls expanded as usual, enveloping a range of over 200,000 kilometers. However, a few seconds later, Jianchen's eyes suddenly snapped open, and a sharp light immediately flashed through them. He immediately shot off into the distance as a streak of light on the Ziying sword, while newbies followed closely behind Jianchen. In a primeval forest where the natural yuan qi was abundant, a simple and crude wooden hut was built alone on a large green rock. It made creaking sounds in the gentle breeze, like an old man in his 60s who couldn't withstand the wind and was about to fall apart. Inside the wooden house, it was extremely shabby. There were no tables or chairs like an ordinary house. The entire wooden house was empty. Apart from a bare-chested, burly middle-aged man sitting cross-legged there was nothing else in the house. The middle-aged man's eyes were slightly closed. A tremendous amount of energy vaguely leaked out from his body. Clearly, he was cultivating. Not long after, the extremely active energy in the middle-aged man's body began to slowly calm down. His slightly closed eyes also slowly opened. After the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, the Beast God continent suffered heavy losses. Many experts have died, and most of the Beast God Hall has been emptied out. It's said that cultivating in the Beast God Hall will allow you to achieve twice the results with half the effort. With my strength in the past, it would have been very difficult for me to occupy the Beast God Hall and become the master of a floor, but it's different now, the middle-aged man murmured. His eyes shone with eagerness. However, the middle-aged man seemed to think of something soon after. His face became extremely ugly in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fists tightly and extreme fear could be vaguely seen in his eyes. He said with a deep voice, "Although I did not take part in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, I have heard quite a lot. A sovereign who has surpassed the Holy Emperor has appeared on the Tian Yuan continent. I once fell out with the human sovereign in the sea realm. If he finds me, I'll be done for." It's said that the human sovereign has close ties with the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. If he escorts the winged tiger to the Beast God Hall, I definitely won't be able to escape from him. If that's the case, I still can't go to the Beast God Hall, whatever. The temptation of cultivating in the Beast God Hall is indeed great, but it's not as important as my life. I won't go to the Beast God Hall. I'll just cultivate here peacefully. The human sovereign is busy with the matters of the world of Forsaken Saints, so he definitely won't be able to pay attention to me. Moreover, this place is far enough away from the Beast God Hall. Li Fengxing loosened his fists powerlessly. The yearning for the Beast God Hall in his eyes vanished as well. As soon as he thought about how he had fallen out with the human sovereign, he felt like he was facing the end of the world. He shivered in fear. Chapter 1431. When this great voice entered Li Fengxing's ears, it was like a thunderclap had exploded in his head. Not only did it deafen his ears, but even his soul could not help but tremble. The wooden hut had collapsed, burying Li Fengxing in ruins. However, Li Fengxing did not seem to sense anything at all. He continued to sit there with his legs crossed as a temporary daze filled his eyes. However, his dazed eyes began to shine again. Fear immediately filled his eyes. He had not heard the voice often, but he would never forget it. This was because he had thought about what the owner of the voice had said in the sea realm more than once. Now, the owner of the voice had become the sovereign of the human race. Li Fengxing's body trembled as his face paled. At this moment, his entire soul was filled with immense fear. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed out of the ruins of the wooden hut and flew into the sky, wanting to escape this place at all costs. However, as soon as Li Fengxing took to the air, a streak of purple light suddenly appeared on the horizon. It approached him at an unbelievable speed. The streak of purple light was still on the horizon a moment ago, but it arrived before Li Fengxing in the next moment. Immediately, an indescribably powerful pressure flooded over. It weighed down on him like a mountain, causing his chest to tighten and making breathing difficult. The white-robed Jianchen stood with his hands behind his back. He stood on the Ziying sword and hovered before Li Fengxing. He stared at him coldly as heavy killing intent radiated from him at all. The moment he saw Jianchen, Li Fengxing immediately began to tremble violently. He was utterly terrified. He was filled with fear. Sovereign Jianchen, why you're the greatest human expert after all. Why do you have to make things difficult for a nobody like me with your status? Li Fengxing said with a trembling voice. At the same time, he felt resentful inside. He had originally thought that he would not have to worry about anything as long as he hid. With Jianchen's current status as the sovereign of the human race, he might have forgotten about a nobody like him long ago. However, he had never thought that Jianchen would not forget about a nobody like him even though he had become the sovereign of the human race. To his disbelief, the sovereign of the human race had personally come to the Beast God continent to find him. The Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan died to your hands. I, Jianchen, will never let go of anyone who took part in the attack on the Grand Elder, no matter who they are, even if they flee to the ends of the world. Li Fengxing, you should have realized this from the moment you killed the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan, Jianchen coldly said. Sovereign Jianchen, you can't blame me for that. I was only following orders, Li Fengxing said in a hurry. He felt like he was facing the god of death as he faced Jianchen. He had completely given up on the thought of fleeing before Jianchen because he knew that it would be pointless. It was impossible for him to escape the pursuit of a sovereign. However, Jianchen had already made up his mind to kill him. Aside from Li Fengxing, all the other people who had killed the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan had been slain. With a flash of white light and surging sword qi, Li Fengxing's head had been cut off by Jianchen's sword qi. A strand of pure sword qi had entered his head through the wound, wiping out his soul. A Class 8 magical beast that was equivalent to the Holy Emperor had been slain by Jianchen so easily. Only at this moment did newbies arrive in the distance as a golden streak of light. He silently stared at the headless Li Fengxing as he fell from the sky. He seemed to think about how he and Jianchen had been hunted down by Li Fengxing and the others in the Sea Realm. If it were not for the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan who had risked his life to save them back then, he and Jianchen probably would have died. To the Sea Realm, Jianchen emotionlessly said as he held Li Fengxing's head in his hand. Newbies nodded silently. He immediately ripped open a space gate to the Sea Realm and left with Jianchen and newbies. As soon as Jianchen and newbies approached the protective barrier of the Sea Realm, a gate opened and the two of them made their way to the Turtle Clan. Jianchen and newbies did not alert anyone in the forbidden grounds of the Turtle Clan. They silently arrived with Li Fengxing's head. They wanted to use Li Fengxing's head as an offering to the Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Jianchen stayed before the Grand Elder's grave for 3 days. 3 days later, he and newbies silently left. The huge Turtle Clan was now filled with experts. There were even several holy emperors present, but no one discovered the arrival of Jianchen and newbies. Jianchen and newbies hovered 1,000 meters above the peaceful, azure sea as they gazed into the distance. Jianchen said, "Newbies, I want to visit the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall. There's an extremely powerful and mysterious expert there. Even I can't control my own life before her, so there's no need for you to come with me this time." Newbies was surprised. He became stern and said with a heavy voice, "There are some rough records of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall in my inherited memories. It's said that it's a mysterious organization that has existed for countless years. Even the 10 protector clans are unwilling to offend them. I never thought that there would actually be an Origin Realm expert hidden there." Newbies looked at Jianchen and said, "Jianchen, I probably won't be able to help you this time. I'll wait for you on the Tianyuan continent." Jianchen and Newbies separated. One of them headed to the Tianyuan continent while the other entered the snowy tundra of the Arctic alone. When Jianchen set foot on the frigid tundra again, he could not help but sigh emotionally. This was the second time he had set foot on the tundra. The first time, he needed the assistance of Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish, but this time, he was alone. However, even though he was alone, the threat of the tundra had decreased drastically to Jianchen. It could even be said that there was nothing that could threaten him aside from the layer of mist that shrouded the Ice Goddess Hall. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian were trapped because of me back then and have been sealed as ice sculptures in front of the Ice Goddess Hall. I have to save them today no matter what so that the 3 of them can become Saint Emperors. And second sister, I've already far exceeded the 1-year promise, but I've been tied up with various matters, so I can't make it. I wonder if you're angry." Jianchen did not fly on his sword. Instead, he walked step by step into the depths of the tundra. Although he was walking, he moved extremely quickly. With every step, he would leave behind a faint afterimage. His original body would appear several kilometers away, as if he had teleported. Along the way, Jianchen encountered waves of coldness more than once. The waves of coldness were extremely cold, enough to freeze a holy emperor into an ice sculpture in a single moment. However, Jianchen only needed to extend a finger and shoot out a strand of sword chi to disperse the waves of coldness. Very soon, Jianchen saw a few ice sculptures of holy emperors and Class 9 magical beasts that had been left behind from an unknown era. He could clearly see a few piles of ice shards near the ice sculptures. The piles of ice shards had been left behind when Jianchen had tried to save the frozen holy emperors. This time, Jianchen only glanced at the ice sculptures indifferently. He did not stop at all and continued onwards. With a few flashes, he vanished. A faint layer of white light flickered around him, radiating with surging sword chi. This was the protective layer of light. As soon as the waves of coldness came in contact with the layer of light, they were shattered. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Jianchen needed to use some defensive measures now. Chapter 1432. Protector Shui sat on an ice bed like an ice sculpture within the snow-white Ice Goddess Hall. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she gently waved her hand and the space outside the Ice Goddess Hall immediately began to distort. The Ice Goddess Hall within the distorted space rapidly blurred, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The icy plains were the same as before, except the Ice Goddess Hall that had stood there for countless years had vanished. This king has already hidden the Ice Goddess Hall in another space, isolating it from the outside world. I hope Jianchen's arrival won't alarm Her Majesty, Protector Shui murmured to herself. Protector Shui murmured in the Ice Goddess Hall. A sliver of helplessness vaguely appeared in her cold and emotionless eyes. Although this king cannot make things difficult for Jianchen because of Mo Tianyun, I cannot change Her Majesty's decision to give the Ice Soul to Jianchen, but I can stop Jianchen from seeing Her Majesty. At the same time, Changyang Mingyue suddenly roused from her cultivation in a secret room of the Ice Goddess Hall. A sliver of doubt appeared in her eyes as she murmured, "That's strange. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy?" Changyang Mingyue gently frowned in thought. She was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating, so she stood up and walked out of the room. She directly arrived before Protector Shui and said, "Protector Shui, it's already been so many years, so why hasn't my brother come yet? Could it be that my fourth brother is in trouble?" Protector Shui slowly opened her eyes and politely replied, "Your Majesty, your brother is fine. He's currently busy fending off the world of Forsaken Saints, which is why he hasn't come." Protector Shui was worried that Changyang Mingyue would think about going to the Tian Yuan continent to help Jianshan again after reaching there, so she added, "Your brother already possesses the strength to fight Origin Realm experts. The invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints is no threat to him." In order to make Changyang Mingyue believe her even more, Protector Shui waved her hand and condensed an ice mirror before her. The mirror reflected the scene of Jianshan slaughtering the Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints with the Ziying sword. Changyang Mingyue could not help but smile happily when she saw how her brother slaughtered his way through the Holy Emperor like a hot knife through butter. She murmured, "I never thought that my brother would be so powerful already. Your Majesty, your profound ice body will reach completion in a year. At that time, you'll be able to leave the Ice Goddess Hall and go wherever you want," said Protector Shui. Eagerness filled Changyang Mingyue's eyes. She murmured, "There's only a year left. I'll be able to go to the Tian Yuan continent in a year to find my brother. Father, Mother, it's been so long since I've been by your side. I wonder if you've been well. I will definitely cultivate diligently in the next year so that my profound ice body reaches completion as soon as possible. I'll go cultivate right now." Protector Shui watched Changyang Mingyue leave as the light in her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She thought, when Her Majesty's profound ice body reaches completion in a year, I'll implant all 3 ice souls into her body. That way, it'll be impossible for Her Majesty to give them away. Jianshan, I hope you won't disturb Her Majesty during this year. Sigh. It's a pity that I promised Mo Tianyun that I wouldn't make things difficult for Jianshan. Jianshan did not try to force his way through the mist. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the mist was in the past. Even though his strength had increased and he had forged the azulate swords, he was still not confident that he could pass through it. After waiting for a while, Jianshan immediately frowned when he saw that the mist did not change at all. He thought, when I came here last time to see my sister, she said that the entire icy plains were Protector Shui's territory. She said that Protector Shui would know of my arrival as soon as I set foot on the icy plains, and would send me over. However, not only have I already set foot on the icy plains, but I'm also standing outside the mist that's only a wall away from the Ice Goddess Hall. It's impossible for Protector Shui to not sense me." Jianshan's gaze gradually turned cold as he stared at the mist that blocked his path. He thought, this can only mean that Protector Shui doesn't want me to go in. She doesn't want me to see my sister. I, Jianshan, am already standing here today. How can I leave so easily? Suddenly, Jianshan's presence changed. He radiated with surging sword intent. At that moment, he seemed to have gone from an ordinary person to a sword that stood in the world. The terrifying sword intent seemed to shatter space, causing all the cold chi in the surroundings to disperse. Only the mist before him remained unaffected. Jianshan was enveloped by a bright, white light, such that his body was no longer visible. When the white light came in contact with the tough layer of ice below his feet, the ice actually produced a clear cracking sound as fine cracks appeared. 2 dazzling streaks of light, one violet and one azure, shot into the air from the white light. They turned into the figures of swords that were several thousand meters long. Jianshan's eyes exploded with light. He formed a seal with his hands and the azulate swords immediately shot out from his back with lightning speed. The 2 swords began to spin rapidly as they shot into the mist with dazzling light. Jianshan did not hold back at all with this strike. He had used his full strength, erupting with a might that was no weaker than an Origin Realm expert. Wherever the two swords passed by, space would violently tremble, showing signs of shattering. Invisible sword chi permeated the surroundings, causing thick cracks to appear in the tough ice on the ground. The icy plains were Protector Shui's domain, so the space there was countless times tougher than the outside world. Jianshan's strike was enough to destroy the world, enough to cleave the Tianyuan continent in half, yet it failed to even cut through the space in the icy plains. The azulate swords shot into the profound ice mist as streaks of light. The calm mist immediately began to violently ripple. The coldness of the mist came in contact with the sword chi from the azulate swords, immediately producing a series of hissing sounds. The azulate swords pierced several dozen meters into the mist in a single moment, leaving behind an empty space. However, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the mist became. When the swords reached 300 meters in, their azure and violet light was immediately suppressed, causing them to dim. Chapter 1433. After venturing another 15 meters in, the terrifying coldness from the mist immediately multiplied. Even the low-quality, immortal artifacts were unable to endure it. The ice on the two swords rapidly thickened, turning them into two icicles in a single moment. The light from the two swords was completely suppressed, to the point where even the swords could not be seen. This was no ordinary ice. It was terrifyingly tough. Even the azulate swords were suppressed, unable to gain the upper hand. Jianshan was stern as he stood outside the mist. He could sense that his connection with the swords was rapidly weakening. Without any hesitation, he immediately formed a hand seal and summoned the swords back. When the azulate swords returned from the depths of the mist, the ice on the two swords had already reached a thickness of half a meter. They had lost the speed that the swords should have possessed, slowly flying out of the mist. After they left the mist, the tunnel opened by the two swords slowly closed up, being filled by the mist in the surroundings. Jian Chern emotionlessly stared at the two half-meter-thick popsicles. Powerful sword chi began to condense in the surroundings, condensing in his right hand in a single moment. It shone with dazzling white light before viciously swatting at the two azulate swords that had become popsicles. The swat only created a tiny crack in the ice. When Jianshan's hand came in contact with the ice, a terrifying coldness invaded his hand and rapidly spread to his arm. Wherever the coldness passed, a layer of white frost would immediately appear on Jianshan's arm. Not only was his entire arm frozen, but even his blood had stopped flowing. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. The chaotic Niden in his dantian immediately spat out a large amount of chaotic force into his right arm. Only then did he stop the coldness from spreading further. Afterward, the chaotic force flowed through his right arm, nullifying the terrifying coldness and gradually allowing his arm to recover. I never thought the coldness would be so terrifying. This was only a stream of coldness from the azulate swords. If he had ventured deep into the mist, he would have been directly attacked by the mist. He probably would not have been able to last for more than a few seconds before being turned into an ice statue. Jian Chen did not try to break through the layer of ice again as he stared at the two swords that had turned into pillars of ice. After a dozen breaths of time, a caw-caw sound came from the two ice pillars. Dense cracks suddenly appeared on the two ice pillars. In the end, a layer of spider web covered the entire ice pillars. Indistinctly, purple and green light burst out from the crack. Bang! Finally, with an explosion, the icicle exploded, revealing the two swords that glowed with violet and azure light. Without the support of the cold chi in the mist, the icicle was unable to trap the azulate swords. Protector Shui's intentions are very clear. How am I supposed to pass through the mist if I can't get through? Jianshan frowned. He knew that he was unable to get through the mist with his current strength. Probably even reciprocity experts would not be able to pass through the mist. Changyang Mingyue returned to the room where she cultivated in seclusion in the Ice Goddess Hall. However, she was unable to settle down to cultivate no matter what. She sat on a bone-chilling piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice as she supported her chin with one hand. Doubt filled her eyes as she murmured, "Strange. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? I can't settle down no matter what." After a while of thought with furrowed brows, Changyang Mingwe gently murmured to herself, "Something must have happened, and it's related to me. I just happened to learn the profound ice mirror technique from Protector Shui a few days ago, so I can see anything from anywhere. Although I haven't cultivated the technique to a very high level due to my limited strength, so I can't see everything on the Tianyuan continent like Protector Shui, it's still possible as long as the range doesn't exceed 10,000 kilometers." Changyang Mingwe acted as soon as she thought of it. She immediately used a secret technique and condensed a mirror composed of profound ice out of thin air like Protector Shui. It hovered in the air. The surface of the mirror was snow-white, and a few blurry scenes could be seen flickering through it. This was the first time Changyang Mingwe had used the profound ice mirror technique. In the beginning, her control was not stable, so after a few seconds, the scene in the mirror finally cleared up. What appeared in the mirror was a snow-white world of ice. It was the Arctic tundra. She could clearly see a corner of the Arctic tundra. Although it was only a corner, it was close to 10,000 kilometers. Although the Ice Goddess Hall had been hidden by Protector Shui's technique, it still vanished from the tundra, as if it had entered another space. However, it was unable to stop the profound ice mirror technique. The profound ice mirror technique was extremely wondrous. Through the mirror condensed from profound ice, not only could she clearly see a range of 10,000 kilometers, but she could also clearly sense all the presences within that range. Changyang Mingyue sensed an extremely familiar presence almost as soon as the profound ice mirror technique was formed. She immediately focused on it, and with a single glance, she immediately became stunned before joy filled her face. She could not help but cry out, "Brother, brother, I see brother, Protector Shui you." In the next moment, Changyang Mingyue discovered that Jianshan had been blocked outside the layer of mist. Anger immediately appeared on her snow-white face, and with a flash, she vanished. She furiously charged toward Protector Shui. At the same time, Protector Shui gently sighed as she sat on the bed of ice. At the same time, the terrifying mist before Jianshan began to surge violently. Under Jianshan's interested gaze, the mist began to rapidly disperse to the sides. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-wide tunnel silently formed. "Come in." Jianshan heard Protector Shui's cold voice. After a moment of thought, he strode in with the azulate swords on his back. When Jianshan passed through the mist, the Ice Goddess Hall that Protector Shui had hidden away reappeared in its original position. The exquisite divine hall seemed to have fused with the world as it radiated with an ancient and desolate pressure. Jianshan glanced over and his eyes immediately narrowed. This was because he did not discover where Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu had been frozen. He looked around and actually failed to find any traces of Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu. Could it be that Senior Ruijin and the others have been moved elsewhere by Protector Shui? Jianshan thought. He had come this time to visit his sister as well as save Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu. Chapter 1434. Sister. Jianshan was overjoyed when he saw Changyang Mingyue. He temporarily set aside the matter of Ruijin, Heiyu, and immediately made his way over. "Brother, you've finally come. I've already waited for you for many years. The 1-year agreement from back then has already passed." Changyang Mingyue stood at the entrance of the Ice Goddess Hall and smiled at Jianshan. Although she said that, she did not blame Jianshan at all. Jianshan apologized with a smile. During that time, he had been busy with Poseidon's revival. He had first entered the Sea of Despair with Yadrium to search for Poseidon's supreme divine hall. Just that had taken him a very long time. By the time he and Yadrium had returned with Poseidon's divine hall, his 1-year agreement with Changyang Mingyue had already passed. Afterwards, He had to protect Poseidon's revival and stop the hall masters of the other two divine halls. Afterwards, when he returned to the Tian Yuan continent, the world of Forsaken Saints just happened to invade. As a result, he was tied up with various matters during that period of time. He had no choice but to extend his 1-year agreement with his sister until today. Jianshan gave a simple explanation to Changyang Mingyue. Changyang Mingyue immediately smiled. "Brother, you don't need to explain it to me. It's not like I'm going to blame you." Changyang Mingyue gently sighed when she reached there. "It's just a pity that I haven't been able to leave the Ice Goddess Hall in all these years, making you suffer so much outside. Otherwise, I would have helped you no matter what and taught all your enemies a lesson." Jianshan smiled from the bottom of his heart when he heard that. He said, "Sister, I already possess that strength now. My past enemies, even the Holy Emperor, are no longer my opponent now. Yeah, my brother has become so powerful. You've massacred the Holy Emperor of the world of Forsaken Saints all by yourself. No one is your opponent. There are at least 200 Holy Emperors in your hands. I've learned about this from you. Sigh, I originally thought I was very powerful, but I've only discovered now that I'm still not as powerful as my brother." Changyang Mingyue smiled. She did not become discouraged at all. Instead, she felt happy for Jianshan. She felt proud that her brother had become so powerful. "Brother, hurry up and tell me what interesting experiences you've gone through in the past few years. I'm extremely curious as to how your strength has increased so quickly." Changyang Mingyue became interested. Jianshan smiled and gave a rough description of what he had gone through in the past few years. However, he only mentioned a lot of things in a single sentence and did not go into detail, including the matters in the Xianwang microcosm. It was not that he did not trust Changyang Mingyue, but he was worried about the unfathomable Protector Shui. Jianshan still had no idea just how powerful Protector Shui was. Was she at the origin realm or godhood? He believed that he would not be able to hide from Protector Shui even if he sent a message to her through communication technique. "Sister, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish who came with me a few years ago have been trapped here by Protector Shui. I owe Ruijin and the other two seniors a great deal of kindness. It can even be said that without the three of them, I would not be alive right now. Please persuade Protector Shui to release Ruijin and the other two seniors," said Jianshan. He knew that he could only rely on his sister if he wanted to save Ruijin and the other two seniors with his current strength. "What? Something like that has actually happened? Protector Shui actually dares to attack your benefactors? She's going more and more overboard. Let's go. Brother, I'll take you to see Protector Shui right now." Changyang Mingyue became furious. Changyang Mingyue was infuriated. She cared about her brother very much. In her opinion, anyone who saved her brother would be her benefactor as well. Changyang Mingyue became furious once again when she saw how Protector Shui treated the three of them. Changyang Mingyue immediately took Jianshan into the Ice Goddess Hall. As soon as he set foot in, a bone-chilling coldness appeared, causing Jianshan to involuntarily shiver. He immediately circulated his energy to resist. This was the first time Jianshan had set foot in the Ice Goddess Hall, which was extremely mysterious to the outside world. He could not help but carefully study it. He discovered that the interior of the hall was snow-white, completely composed of ice crystals. It seemed like a world of ice. Aside from that, there was nothing special about the mysterious Ice Goddess Hall. However, Jianshan understood that there was an undetectable terror hidden beneath the ordinary exterior of the Ice Goddess Hall. He knew that it was not because the Ice Goddess Hall was too ordinary, but because he was not powerful enough. He could not see through it at all. Along the way, Jianshan discovered that there were still some cultivators in the Ice Goddess Hall. They ranged from Saint Ruler to Holy Emperor. There were even a few Heaven Saint Masters who acted as servants. Along the way, all of them bowed politely when they saw Changyang Mingyue. They were extremely respectful. These people are actually all from the Tianyuan continent. Jianshan casually glanced over and discovered that they all came from the Tianyuan continent. Very soon, Jianshan met Protector Shui under Changyang Mingyue's lead. Protector Shui sat on the bed of ice in her silver-white armor. Only when she saw Changyang Mingyue did she stand up and bow. Before Changyang Mingyue could ask anything, she said to Jianshan, "The three of them were saved soon after you left. They're no longer on the icy plains." Jianshan was stunned. He found it hard to believe. Just who could save Ruijin and the others with Protector Shui's strength? Senior, who saved Ruijin and the others? Jianshan clasped his hands and asked. "Mo Tianyun," Protector Shui coldly replied. "What? Senior Mo Tianyun? Is Senior Mo Tianyun still on the Tianyuan continent?" Jianshan was greatly shocked as his mind churned. This matter was just far too shocking. That's only a clone of Mo Tianyun. It should have just come down to the lower world. I can't sense the aura of that clone right now. It should have vanished into thin air. After all, it's not so easy to come to this world. Protector Shui said. Jianshan looked at Protector Shui in some surprise. He felt that Protector Shui was rather different today. According to his understanding of Protector Shui, the prideful Protector Shui would never speak too much to others, yet she had actually patiently explained things to him today. This was rather abnormal. "Protector Shui, are you treating me with any respect? Since Senior Ruijin and the other two are my brother's benefactors, they are my benefactors as well. You've actually trapped my benefactors here. You're really going overboard," Changyang Mingyue said with a deep voice. Changyang Mingyue stared at Protector Shui coldly. Protector Shui was powerful, but she was not afraid. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I trapped them because they possess saint artifacts that did not belong to this world," Protector Shui politely replied. "Sister, since Senior Ruijin and the others have already escaped, let's just forget about this matter." Jianshan hurriedly tried to persuade her when he saw that she was still angry. Protector Shui was a sovereign after all, so she had her own dignity. He did not wish for his sister to push her too far and cause some unexpected things to happen. Changyang Mingyue coldly snorted, "Since my brother has said that, I'll let this matter slide. However, Protector Shui, I do not wish to see the same thing happen again." "I understand, Your Highness." Protector Shui remained very polite. She did not become displeased at all when Changyang Mingyue, who had not even reached the origin realm, reprimanded a mighty divine king like this. It was as if this was how it should be. This was because Changyang Mingyue was the reincarnation of the snow goddess. Just like the ice goddess, she was her master. Changyang Mingyue and Jianshan left the place. The two of them casually strolled through the large ice goddess hall as they chatted about their daily lives. "There's still a year before my profound ice body matures. At that time, I'll be able to leave. Don't worry, brother. I'll fight alongside you the next time the world of Forsaken Saints invades. Don't underestimate me. I may not be as powerful as you right now, only at the level of a holy emperor, but once my profound ice body matures, I'll immediately reach the origin realm. Coupled with the 10,000-year-old ice soul, I'll only become even more powerful. Perhaps you won't be able to defeat me, brother," Changyang Mingyue giggled. With a flip of her hand, a fist-sized ice crystal immediately appeared. "Brother, this is the 10,000-year-old ice soul. I have 3 of them." Protector Shui said that each of them took 1,000,000 years to condense, so they're extremely precious. "I'll give this to you. Just treat it as a gift from me." Changyang Mingyue passed the ice soul to Jianshan. Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He stared at the ice soul for a while and gradually became surprised. This was because he could feel that the energy within the ice soul was even more terrifying than a 5th-grade violet cloud peach. It was even several times or several dozen times more powerful than a 5th-grade violet cloud peach. At the same time, the energy within the ice soul was very gentle, just like a violet cloud peach. could be easily absorbed. Sister, this is for you to increase your strength. I can't accept it. Jianchen immediately declined. He knew that the ice soul was definitely even more precious than a 5th-grade violet cloud peach, but the more that was the case, the more he could not accept it. These 3 10,000-year-old ice souls were the most precious items on second sister's body. She used them to increase her own strength. Every time she lost one, it meant that her future strength would be weakened by a bit. On the other hand, he had quite a few similar heavenly resources on him. Although they were nowhere near as precious as the ice souls, he had a lot of them. Zhang Yangmingi frowned, and her pretty face immediately sank. She showed a dissatisfied expression, and said in the tone of an elder scolding a junior, "Fourth brother, this is a gift from second sister. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Otherwise, it means that you look down on me." Sister, this. Jianchen was troubled. He hoped that she could use all 3 ice souls on her so that she could become even more powerful. Chapter 1435. In the end, Jianchen was unable to refuse. He could only accept the extremely precious ice soul. Although the extreme coldness within the ice soul had been removed, it did not change its nature. As a result, Jianchen still felt icy cold when he held the ice soul in his hand. However, he did not feel cold at all. Instead, he felt warm inside. He knew how important the ice soul was to Changyang Mingyue. If he used it on Changyang Mingyue, her strength would definitely increase much more than his. After all, the amount of energy required for each layer of the chaotic body that he cultivated was incalculable. However, Changyang Mingyue did not think about him at all. She was willing to reduce her strength to help him, which touched Jianchen deeply. "Brother, let's go. I'll find a secret room for you, and then I'll personally watch over you. You'll definitely absorb all the ice soul." Changyang Mingyue pulled Jianchen toward the secret room for seclusion. Jianchen did not resist. He knew just how determined his sister was right now. It would be useless no matter how he resisted. The only thing he could do was to deeply engrave this kindness in his heart. Jianchen entered a cold, icy cavern under Changyang Mingyue's personal lead. Cold mist permeated the cavern, and energy was abundant. A pure white rock of ice the size of a cushion was placed in the center. It radiated with coldness. "Brother," Protector Shui said that this piece of profound ice is extraordinary. It'll be beneficial to cultivators if you cultivate on it. You can emerge after you've completely absorbed the ice soul. Changyang Mingyue pointed at the cushion. Afterward, she closed the door to the room with a wave of her hand, leaving Jianchen alone inside. She sat outside and personally watched over Jianchen. "Protector Shui, you can't change my mind once I've decided on something. I know you're thinking for me and want me to become even stronger, but my brother has been through a lot of hardship in the past few years. Although he's no weaker than me now, I know that he traded his life for his strength today. In the past, when my brother was suffering outside and being hunted down, it was my incompetence as his sister that prevented me from helping him. But now that I have the ability, I have to help my brother no matter what. This is my responsibility as his sister." Changyang Mingyue murmured inside as she closed her eyes and sat before the door to the secret room. "With me here, Protector Shui, you won't be able to take the ice soul back from my brother. Even if I have to extend the time it takes for my profound ice body to mature, I have to guard him until he emerges." Jianchen sat on the profound ice rock with the ice soul in his hand. He stared at the ice soul in his hand with mixed feelings. For a moment, he was unable to calm down. At this moment, a cool sensation radiated from the profound ice rock to his left and entered Jianchen's body. The cool sensation was clearly not as simple as just cold qi. With its appearance, it actually gradually calmed down Jianchen's mixed feelings, allowing him to quickly get rid of his distracting thoughts. "Sister," Jianchen murmured inside before calming himself down. He began to focus on cultivation, absorbing the energy within the ice soul as much as he could. Although the vast energy within the ice soul was condensed from extremely cold chi, every single ice soul took 1,000,000 years to form. After such a long period of accumulation, the energy within the ice soul had already undergone a qualitative change. Not only was the coldness gone, but the energy was also extremely pure, vast, and powerful. When Jianshan absorbed the first strand of energy from the ice soul, the tiny strand immediately began to swell like a balloon. In the end, the strand of energy reached 100%, filling up Jianshan's entire dantian. In the end, his dantian was unable to contain all the energy, causing it to disperse. It filled Jianshan's entire body, causing him to clearly swell up. Jianshan rejoiced inside. He had already estimated the value of the ice soul before, but only now did he discover in surprise that it was even more powerful than he had estimated. I wonder if I can reach the 5th layer of the chaotic body with this ice soul? Jianshan was filled with anticipation. He immediately began to refine the energy within the ice soul as hard as he could. As the energy from the ice soul was constantly absorbed by Jianshan, the chaotic Niden in his dantian began to swell bit by bit. The Niden contained more and more chaotic force, allowing Jianshan to rapidly approach the 5th layer of the chaotic body. If it were not for the ice soul, it would have taken Jianshan quite a lot of time to reach the 5th layer of the chaotic body. After all, the energy required to go from the 4th layer to the 5th layer was just too tremendous. It was far more than what he needed to reach the 4th layer from the 3rd layer. Although he had obtained a large number of heavenly resources from the Xianhuang microcosm, his body would develop a resistance to the heavenly resources if he consumed too many of them in a short amount of time. As a result, Jianshan was unable to reach the 5th layer of the chaotic body in a short amount of time. After all, he did not have an innate advantage like the white tiger, who could consume heavenly resources without a limit. Without a doubt, the appearance of the ice soul was a timely help to Jianshan. It greatly shortened the time he needed to reach the 5th layer. Jianshan absorbed the ice soul extremely quickly. In just 2 months, the fist-sized ice soul had vanished from Jianshan's hand. It had been completely refined into chaotic force by Jianshan. However, to Jianshan's regret, his chaotic force still did not reach the 5th layer after absorbing the ice soul. It was only a sliver away from the 5th layer. The chaotic Niden in his dantian had gone from the size of a pigeon's egg to the size of an adult's fist. It had reached the peak of the 4th layer, a limit. If it could go any further, it would immediately reach the 5th layer. Jianshan silently stared at the large chaotic Niden in his dantian. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and flipped his hand. An energy crystal from a Xianhuang beast immediately appeared. As soon as the energy crystal appeared, an extremely terrifying energy pulsed, permeating the entire room. At the same time, Protector Shui seemed to sense something as she sat on a bed of ice in another part of the hall. She slowly opened her eyes and glanced at where Jianshan was cultivating. Her gaze was deep, as if she could see through the walls of ice and directly see Jianshan. But very soon, Protector Shui looked away like nothing had happened. She sat on the bed of ice and slowly closed her eyes again. Chapter 1436. I hope this energy crystal can assist me in reaching the 5th layer of the chaotic body, Jianshan murmured to himself as he stared at the energy crystal in his hand. The energy crystal was one of the 2 Class 10 Xianhuang beasts that Jianshan had obtained in the Xianhuang microcosm. Back then, I was not powerful enough, so I lacked an understanding of the origin realm. As a result, I struggled to distinguish between Class 9 and Class 9 energy crystals. Looking at it now, this Xianhuang beast's energy crystal isn't Class 10 at all. It's at Class 11 at the very least, or even Class 12. At the same time, this energy crystal is the weaker one out of the 2 I obtained back then. As for the other one, it's probably Class 13. Jianshan gently rubbed the energy crystal in his hand as his eyes shone brighter and brighter. They were filled with eagerness. If it were not for the ice soul, Jianshan would never have chosen to absorb the energy crystals from the two Xianhuang beasts. He was not confident that he could break through with just the two of them. Although the two energy crystals were of extremely high quality, they were still existences equivalent to monster cores after all. They were not as beneficial to cultivators as the Ice Soul or the high-quality Violet Cloud Peach. Even if Jianshan absorbed all of them, he was not confident that he could break through. However, his chaotic Niden had reached the peak of the fourth layer after absorbing the Ice Soul. Without a doubt, this was the best opportunity for him to break through. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. Afterward, he immediately focused and began to refine the energy crystal in his hand. He planned on breaking through to the fifth layer in a single stroke. The fifth layer of the chaotic body was extremely meaningful to Jianshan. Not only would it greatly increase his strength, but it would also give him the right to refine the Yinyang Saint Rock. 7 days later, Jianshan's chaotic Niden finally shattered with a great boom under his eagerness. It turned into a terrifying ball of chaotic force that filled his entire body. Jianshan's body suddenly swelled at that moment, becoming a small giant. He seemed like a balloon that had been blown up. Every time he broke through with the chaotic body, he would experience the shattering of his core. Each shattering of his core was extremely painful. Jianshan's facial muscles twitched, his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat, and his face was pale. Even though he had experienced this kind of shattering of his core several times before, the intense pain that felt like his entire body was about to be torn apart was still unbearable. However, after enduring the excruciating pain, in exchange for a huge increase in strength, this was something that Jianshan was happy to accept. Boundless chaotic force surged within Jianshan's body and began to slowly compress. Basically, Jianshan's chaotic force shrank with every passing second. As it was being compressed, Jianshan's chaotic force slowly began to transform from the fourth layer to the fifth layer. At the same time, Jianshan's body was tempered by the strengthened chaotic force. His body strengthened at a visible rate, becoming even more powerful. This process lasted for several days. Jianshan finally reached the fifth layer of the chaotic body perfectly. Both his body and the chaotic force within him had experienced a qualitative leap. The chaotic Niden in his dantian had shrunk to the size of a bean once again. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. He could not help but smile as he sensed the chaotic force within his chaotic Niden that was much more powerful than before. He was filled with joy. The energy crystal in his hand had not been completely absorbed. He had only used up a third of its energy. My chaotic Niden is too small right now, so the chaotic force within is limited. Although the consumption of chaotic force is very slow, the next invasion from the world of Forsaken Saints shouldn't be too far away. At that time, we'll definitely experience an even more intense and difficult battle. Jianshan sank into his thoughts. He did not choose to emerge from seclusion immediately. Instead, he continued to refine the energy crystal in his hand. After a few more days, the remaining energy crystal in Jianshan's hand finally vanished. However, after reaching the fifth layer of the chaotic body, the energy required to cultivate was several times or even over 10 times more than the fourth layer. As a result, when he completely refined the remaining 2/3 of the energy crystal, the chaotic force he obtained was extremely limited. It only made his chaotic Niden grow to the size of half a bean. The further chaotic force progresses, the more energy it requires. When my chaotic body was at the fourth layer, a single 10,000-year ice soul was enough for me to reach the peak of the fourth layer. Now that I'm at the fifth layer, I probably won't be able to reach the peak of the fifth layer even if I have 10,000-year ice souls. If I reach the sixth layer, even 100 of them won't be enough. Jianshan sighed inside. The chaotic body was indeed very powerful, but there was endless sorrow behind it. But I'm already a true holy emperor now. I don't need the way of the sword or the azulate swords to possess the strength of a holy emperor. If I use my comprehension of the way of the sword, there shouldn't be any holy emperor who's my opponent. Coupled with the azulate swords. Jianshan sank into his thoughts. After a while, he slowly said, I should be able to fight against the Spirit King's clone, but the Spirit King's way of the sword is better than mine, the Spirit King. As soon as he thought of the Spirit King, Jianshan felt extremely pressured. The Spirit King was just too powerful. Just a clone required him, Shaoling and Poseidon to deal with him. If the Spirit King had come in person, even all the power of the Tianyuan continent would not have been enough to stop him. Although the Tianyuan continent had gained Origin Realm experts like Yang Lai and Guihai Dao and 8 others who had yet to awaken, they had fallen from the Origin Realm to the Holy Emperor after all. Even with the assistance of Saint artifacts, they could only be regarded as receival experts. The difference in strength between them and the Spirit King's original body was just too great, so they would not be of much help in a battle against the Spirit King, unless they recovered their peak strength and reached the Origin Realm again. Moreover, even if Guihai Dao and the others did reach the Origin Realm again, the world of Forsaken Saints had other Origin Realm experts aside from the Spirit King, and there would be more of them than the Tianyuan continent. I can already absorb the Yin and Yang Qi from the Yin-Yang Saint Rock, but I still need the Heavenly Enchantress help. Sigh. Jianshan felt both helpless and troubled when he thought of the Heavenly Enchantress. He gently shook his head and opened the door to the secret room. As the door opened, Jianshan immediately saw his sister, Changyang Mingyue, sitting outside. He was clearly stunned. Chapter 1437. Sister, how can I not listen to you? You told me to completely absorb the Ice Soul, so how can I disobey? I've already completely absorbed the Ice Soul you gave me. Jianshan bitterly smiled. He possessed the chaotic body, so the rate at which he refined energy was incomparable to regular cultivators. Not only had he completely absorbed the Ice Soul during his seclusion, but he had also absorbed the energy crystal of an Origin Realm Xianhuang beast. Are you serious? Brother, you've absorbed the Ice Soul so quickly? According to Protector Shui, even I would need several years to completely absorb a 10,000-year-old Ice Soul. How did you complete it in just a few short months? Changyang Mingyue was doubtful, but she soon seemed to think of something and came to a realization. She murmured to herself, I know. It must be because my brother's talent is far greater than ordinary people's, which is why he was able to absorb the Ice Soul in such a short amount of time. That also explains why his strength has increased so quickly. Jianshan smiled and did not explain in detail. He said, Sister, I've stayed here long enough. I plan on leaving today. As time goes on, the next invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints will draw closer and closer. I need to return to the Tianyuan continent to make preparations, but before I leave, I want to see Protector Shui. I have a few questions that I want to ask Senior Protector Shui. Changyang Mingyue also understood that the current situation on the Tianyuan continent was dangerous, so she did not try to keep Jianshan. She said, Brother, once my profound ice body matures, I'll go to the Tianyuan continent to find you. We'll fend off the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints together. Let's go. I'll take you to see Protector Shui right now. Her strength is unfathomable, where even I can't sense her strength. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask her. With Changyang Mingyue personally leading the way, Jianshan obviously did not encounter any obstructions when he saw Protector Shui. Very soon, he saw the silver-armored Protector Shui in the room from before. Speak. What questions do you have? I can tell you some things that you should know for the sake of Her Majesty. Protector Shui coldly stared at Jianshan after bowing to Changyang Mingyue. Jianshan bowed towards Protector Shui. He did not beat around the bush and directly said, Senior, this world has been sealed up, preventing cultivators from reaching the Origin Realm. As a result, no Origin Realm experts have appeared in the 4 races since ancient times. May I ask if you were the one who cast down this seal? Although this world has been sealed, such that no one can reach the origin realm aside from clans with powerful bloodlines and innate spirits born from the world, your path is different. You don't need origin energy to reach the origin realm, so the seal can't stop you. Since it can't stop you, why are you sticking your nose into other people's business? There are some matters that you can't interfere with, Protector Shui coldly replied. However, this matter is related to my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather's strength has already reached the peak of the Holy Emperor, but he can't reach the origin realm because of this seal. He's bound by a lifespan of 10,000 years. As a result, this matter is related to me as well. At the same time, the Tianyuan continent is currently facing the threat of the world of Forsaken Saint. If we don't increase the number of Origin Realm experts, we definitely won't be able to stop their attack. Senior, please remove the seal for the sake of all the people in this world so that they can have a sliver of hope of reaching the Origin Realm, Jianshan sincerely pleaded. In his eyes, Protector Shui's strength was unfathomable. It was extremely likely that she was a godhood expert. If she did not remove the seal, Yang Lai and the others would never be able to reach the origin realm. Although he believed that he would possess enough strength to break through the seal after 10,000 years, the world of Forsaken Saints had quite a few origin realm experts. No one knew whether Yang Lai and the others would be able to last in the upcoming battle without dying. After all, they had already fallen to the origin realm. They could only use the power of the origin realm with their saint artifacts, but they were still existences at the bottom of the origin realm. Once they encountered a true origin realm expert, it would be very difficult for them to stop them. You can leave. I can't remove the seal, Protector Shui coldly replied. Jianshan's face was bitter. Although he already knew that this would be the outcome, he still felt extremely dejected. Once the seal was removed, Yang Lai and Gui Haidao would still be able to reach the origin realm with their heritage, even if the world no longer had origin energy. This was because a portion of the origin energy that had been sealed in their saint artifacts was still present. If the seal was not removed, Yang Lai and Gui Haidao would not be able to break through even if they possessed origin energy. Protector Shui, I order you to remove the seal immediately, Changyang Minghua said. She spoke in an unquestionable tone. Protector Shui did not dare to act as coldly as she did to Jianshan before Changyang Minghua. She gently sighed as a sliver of helplessness appeared in her cold eyes. She said, Your Majesty, I really can't remove the seal. Although I was the one who cast down the seal, it also contains Her Majesty's arrangements. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for the matters here to escape the divination of the experts of the Saints' world. There are quite a few people in the higher world who want to find Your Majesty. Jianshan was disappointed when he heard that. He had never thought that the Ice Goddess would have cast down the seal. The Ice Goddess was a grand prime, a supreme expert who stood at the apex of the higher world. He probably would not be able to remove the seal personally cast down by such a powerful person even after 10,000 years. At the same time, he began to worry for Changyang Minghua. Jianshan left the Ice Goddess Hall. Although he was unable to remove the seal, he had already confirmed the identity of the mysterious expert who cast down the seal. At the same time, he had found the answer to the lost history of the ancient era. It was definitely Protector Shui's doing. Her objective was to prevent anyone from entering the Saint's world and leak the information, which would bring danger to his sister. Although this method of doing things was shocking and extremely cruel, it was related to his sister's safety. Jianshan was unable to determine whether Protector Shui's actions were right or wrong. If it were him, what would he do to protect the most important person in his heart? Jianshan left the icy plains and hurried back to the Tianyuan continent on his sword. However, at this moment Jianshan suddenly stopped. He stared into the distance with a gleam of light in his eyes. He was on the wasteland continent. Even though he was extremely far away from the wasteland continent, Jianshan could still sense an extremely tremendous pulse from the direction of the wasteland continent. Over a dozen people from the 100 races have become emperors, and several dozen people have become kings at the same time. Jianshan murmured. He knew that Tai Ta must have used the violet cloud peaches to increase the strength of the peak experts of the 100 races, allowing all of them to break through.